Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Monetary Policy Transmission and the Labour Market Conference. My name is Tiago Fernandes, and I will be your host for today. I would also like to welcome those of you who are joining us online. This conference by Banco de Portugal aims to promote discussions among monetary policymakers and researchers on the interplay between monetary policy and labour market dynamics during the recent inflationary cycle, in particular on the vital role of a dynamic and resilient labour market in ensuring effective monetary policy transmission and maintaining price stability. With no further ado, I now cordially invite Governador Mário Centeno from Banco de Portugal to the stage for the opening remarks of this conference.
So, good afternoon, and thank you all. First of all, let me thank those that will contribute to the conference, Governor Martin Casacks and Administrador Diego Guilherme, mais se juntarão a nós daqui a pouco. It is my pleasure to host this conference due to the subject, which is, in our view here at the Bank of Portugal, quite timely, given the importance that monetary policy attaches to the work, to the way the labor market works. As you all know, we are getting out. It depends, it varies from person to person to judge how much out of the woods we are in terms of this inflationary cycle, but indeed we were able in the euro area to bring inflation down from its peak in October 2022 of 10.6% to a level that is very much close to our target, and we are in process to reach that target in the medium term in a stable way, in a sustained way. Inflation came as a shock. It was a supply shock, an exogenous event to our economies, and as all shocks, it entailed responses. Of course, the most important response to an inflationary shock is the monetary policy response, but we cannot rule out the response of fiscal policies and other policies, and it's my view on how the euro area was able to take this in a very coordinated way. Of course, we carry about the transmission of our decisions of policy, and that transmission operates through markets. You can think of two main dimensions of these markets, which are the labor market, on the one hand, one that we will deal with this afternoon most of the time, but of course you have the product market, actually the markets where prices are set, and we need to follow, to be very closely how this transmission operates. Markets adjust. They do adjust to shocks. They also adjust to the policies that we implement in response to those shocks. Monetary policy reacted swiftly. We increased interest rates for 450 basis points until the peak, and then we have been cutting those rates 150 basis points already, and the process will continue until we can say that indeed inflation converged. This adjustment, which is the flip side of the shock and the policies, those adjustments, they do occur in markets. And they do occur in a market economy as ours via sharing mechanisms. I will talk a little bit later about those sharing mechanisms that do occur both in the labor market and in the product market. But we can think of them as all sorts of adjustments via flexible markets, price setting. In the labor market, we think about churning wage decisions. And they are very important because they, at the end of the day, will let us know if the transmission is complete and how efficient all the process is. Let's think now a little bit about the big numbers for the euro area. And by doing so, I want also to take you to a comparison with the United States. Why I think this is important? Well, you know, the shock that these two big economic areas suffered, they were the same, but they were felt quite differently in the two sides of the ocean. And the euro area reacted economically quite different from what the US did. As you see here, you have a very protracted recovery in economic terms in the euro area. This is particularly true in terms of investment. While just before COVID, the two economic areas were behaving not that differently, and actually investment was stronger in Europe than in the United States, the picture, since we started reacting to this inflation shock, differs very substantially. In terms of other policies, and I focus here mainly in fiscal policy, you see that the US and the euro area have been very different already for quite some time. You have a very active fiscal policy in the US. The average deficit in the US before COVID was 5.7% of GDP, whereas the euro area was almost balanced in terms of the fiscal position. And after the inflation process, deficit, and this is expected to remain so until at least 2026, according to the forecasts we have available from the OECD, this difference in fiscal policies remain. And of course, these policies, these stimulus, have a big impact on economic results. And we need to take this into account when we evaluate the impact of all the policies implemented in our economies. If you go to the labor market, which is the focus, you see that it is indeed one of the focus of resilience in the euro area. And in Europe, we had an adjustment occurring in the labor market that was, as friendly as possible to monetary policy to fight inflation. Why do I say so? Real wages fell in the euro area through all these inflationary process. This reduction in real wages is a factor that we need to take into account, trying to explain why employment was so resilient in the euro area as well. And in the other side of the market, in the product market, we do have a cycle that is strikingly different. First, also recovering from the COVID period, we had an increase in real operating surplus, in profit margins. And afterwards, we see profit margins accommodating the increase in real wages that we have witnessed in the last 1 year and so. This is the sharing mechanism that I was mentioning before, and I see these as two sides of the same coin operating in a way that really allowed us to get out of the inflation process through credibility, of course, of monetary policy, but with this little help from the side of the markets that, in my view, operate way more efficient in Europe throughout this process than before. If we continue looking to the labor market, you will notice, and this is the Beveridge curve that I have in this slide. The Beveridge curve relates vacancies to unemployment, and you see that Europe did not witness any deterioration in terms of efficiency in the labor market. You measure efficiency in this graph by how far you are from the axis, and you can see that Europe maintained itself in the same Beveridge curve, whereas you witness a drift of the US away from the axis, meaning that the relationship between unemployment and vacancies in the US deteriorated during this inflation process. Again, I take this as evidence of the efficiency that the European labor market experienced during all this process. And there are other things going on in Europe, one of which is mobility, and mobility via migration. This graph shows you the revision in the projections of demography in Europe in the years to come. And the exercises of 2008 and 2023 of the Eurostat show a big shift in the profile of demography in Europe. This was made possible because of migration, essentially. And this is the sort of answer that Europe must do and continue doing to answer the challenges that our economies face. And now I'm going to take you through some numbers for Portugal. Portugal is one of the labor markets, if not the labor market in Europe, that increased the most in terms of the dynamics of employment and wages. And we see here that the number of private sector jobs in Portugal in the last 10 years increased by 38%, and the total wage bill by 92%. This is a significant dynamics in our labor market numbers from Social Security. But probably more interesting will be to see a bit of the composition of these dynamics. And here we have numbers for hirings, new hires in Portugal in the 2014-2023 period. And in that period, you see the relevance of non-residents, of foreigners, in the Portuguese labor market. Out of a market that increased from 4 million to 5 million jobs overall, we do have 1 million foreigners observed at least once in the social security records during this period. So in the last 10 years, 1 million foreigners at some point were observed in the records of social security. This compares with 4,300,000 nationals, and these are the workers that make our labor market so flexible and that allow us to increase the size of our economy as we were able to do lately. It is also true that the efficiency of the labor market can be measured through churning. So the number of hires and job separations in the economy. And we know that it suffers, it fluctuates over the cycle. And these numbers, what they show us is that 2022, which was the year in which net job creation was higher in Portugal in the last decade, we had an impressive hiring rate of 13%. But what is more important to notice of these numbers is that in the worst year in terms of the cycle, which was 2012, in which we witnessed a reduction of 1.7% in terms of the net hiring rate in Portugal, the separation was lower than the separation that we got when the business cycle was at its peak. Meaning that what drives unemployment, what drives the business cycle in the labor market is the number of hires and not as much the number of separations. And this is important for us to grasp how the dynamics of the labor market works. So we are at a very crucial juncture in Europe. We have an economy that doesn't grow, that finds very difficult to invest. There are good prospects ahead of us. I'll say that the labor market is one, demography is another one. We still have low productivity because by far the dynamics of the labor market does not have a counterpart in terms of activity. One question mark that I have, and this is a research question for you guys, is how long will it take for these dynamics of the labor market to be reflected in economic activity? And as always in Europe, we face big questions about the fiscal side, public debt. It has increased during COVID. It will increase expectedly in the next few years because of the challenges we do face in terms of defense and other issues in Europe. So we need to take that into account when thinking about monetary policy. But my last words will be very positive ones, because we succeeded in Europe fighting inflation. We did so being the most stable economy in the world, We are, and that's my view, the greatest suppliers of stability in the world. But the war is here. There are millions of displaced Europeans today. This has no counterpart in any other large economic area in the world today. We still face the energy transition. We cannot take that out of our plan. And we need reforms, as always. We need to complete the banking union, the capital markets union. This is for other conferences. We can use these defense funds to further build a safe asset, pretty much as we did with Next Generation EU financing in Europe. But we are on course to normalize monetary policy. Interest rates will stay above what they used to be before COVID. That's something that we need to understand, but that will be indeed called a normalization of monetary policy. As of fiscal, we need well-designed programs. We will need to spend a lot of money. We have that money. We do not have to fear that we need to spend money on our behalf, but we need very well-designed programs, and hopefully also that will concur to Europe leaving the negative output gap that we unfortunately have today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Governor Mário Centeno, for your opening remarks. Now, I would like to cordially invite Professor Ricardo Lago, economist, financial analyst, and lecturer of macroeconomics at the Miami Herbert Business School of the University of Miami, to the stage to share with us his perspective about what can central banks do for the labor market. Professor, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much to the Central Bank of Portugal for inviting me to this conference, and it's always a joy to return to Lisboa. In the flight from Miami to Lisboa, I had a dream. And I dreamt that I was a central banker. And at some point, this micro tale of a Latin American writer, Augusto Monterroso, it's a micro tale because it's only one sentence, right? Came in the dream, and the title is the dinosaur, the title. And so it was not so fun to be central banker after all, because the dinosaur, the tale says, and when he woke up, the dinosaur was still there. And what's the dinosaur? Well, question mark, end of multilateralism, rising protectionism, recession, possible inflation, asset bubbles, public debt buildup, NATO, WTO, UN, and we've used so much ammunition in the previous crisis that there is limited elbow room left. So Uncertainty is the name of the day. And after 8 decades of a multilateral rules-based economic system and system of solving disputes among nations created by the United States after the war, it looks like this might be behind us. And this is a very bad thing. James Bond once said, only diamonds are forever, right? So we are entering a much tougher, much more hostile and uncertain era. So the complex jobs of central bankers are going to be more difficult. Now, there is this treaty that Chicago professor Frank Knight wrote a century ago, and he differentiates between risk and uncertainty. The future is only known by the providence, not by us, but in normal times, we know the possible outcomes, we know the probabilities, and we can calculate values at risk and set up strategies. But uncertainty is quite distinct, because we do not know all the possible outcomes, and we don't know the probabilities. So Mafalda put it very well. O futuro não é o que era antes. The future is no longer what it used to be. Now we are in a situation that we don't know what the relative prices are worldwide. Even within countries, the price of importable changes with the trade restrictions, the price of exportables, all the relative prices change. And obviously, cash flows depend on prices. Prices are the guide to resource allocation. So this uncertainty is definitely not going to be good for investment and for GDP growth until the dust settles. Here you have, this is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, an indicator of 3 US professors on economic policy uncertainty. And you can see that at the global level is at the same height as during COVID. And in the United States, it's not yet there, but is the third highest ever, including the financial crisis and Great Recession and COVID. Not surprisingly, the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta has a dynamic calculation of the GDP for the quarter, and actually they end the quarter with an estimate which is very close to what the Bureau of Economic Analysis publishes later. And you can see there that that indicator, 1 week after President Trump assumed, was touching 4%. And then over the last 2 weeks is diagnosed to minus 2.4%. So we are talking about more than 6 points of correction down, and this is, I think, quite unprecedented. Financial media started talking about the possibility of recession, and so do investment banks. So Europe, to borrow Lenin's word, what is to be done? What is to be done? Well, economist Paul Romer once said that a crisis is to wait a crisis is a terrible thing. A crisis is a terrible thing to waste. So using the crisis as a time of challenge and opportunity, it's what is the call of the day. And if I can relate this to one of my favorite tangos, fados, which is Maria Lisboa, Tempestades apregoa, vent de sogno e maresia. So let's focus on the vent de sogno e maresia and take it as a window of opportunity to carry out reforms. And there are three which are key. One is that Europe has its own defense system. This is long overdue, within or without NATO. I mean, the situation has shown us that we cannot depend 100% on that. And this is going to require relaxation of fiscal rules to make it possible. I don't like that fiscal rules are relaxed, but you need a defense system. So it's a good price to pay. And then, fortunately, as Governor Centeno was mentioning, we have the Draghi report and the Letta report and others with the measures we have to take to have a more integrated market and a more efficient one. Now, let me add to this that the recent words of the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, saying that we are 500 million Europeans and cannot depend on the defense system of 300 million Americans to defend us from 140 million Russians, and that this obviously requires that we have a defense system. We are an economic fortress, a big economic fortress, as big an internal market as the USA. The GDP of the European Union is, in dollar terms, at the current exchange rate, is about 30% lower, but at purchasing power parity is as large as the United States, about 16% of the world GDP at purchasing power parity. And this is without, I mean, if we consider the United Kingdom that might come back, and possibly Canada, part of the Commonwealth, and you know, we don't need to buy Greenland because we already have Greenland. So I think we are in a good setting. So in a situation of no rules, no trade rules, no multilateral trade, problems probably in finances across nations and the like, we really have a big fortress inside the Union to rely upon. Okay, now I go to monetary policy and the labor market. What can central banks do for the labor market? They can do a lot. They can achieve low and predictable inflation. They can take, through monetary policy, help to get to the minimum cyclical unemployment. And of course, they should deliver financial stability. Now, central banks cannot do very much, or if they can do anything at all, I don't think they can, definitely on frictional unemployment, which is given by the technology of the day in the markets, and in a structural unemployment. Both if this unemployment comes from adverse supply shocks, or else if it is the result of a very rigid labor law and labor contracts, right? So, but on this, I should say that Portugal has done quite well. My home country, which is Spain, has an unemployment rate which is double the unemployment rate of Portugal. And Portugal is higher than the US. Note that the vertical axis doesn't start in zero, though. So it's not double, it's less than that. And also that the methodology of the Eurostat and that of the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the US is different. But Portugal has done quite well on this. Spain continues to have a big problem on structural long-term unemployment and reform of the laws. Now, since inflation targeted was adopted sometime in the 90s, central banks have followed a reaction rule, which is called the Taylor Rule of economist John Taylor, a paper that he wrote in 1992, and summarizing it to the minimum, the policy rate, which is the benchmark of the interest rate structure, is set with that equation. R star is what the governor called the neutral rate, which is an idea that comes since Swedish economist Knut Wicksell in the beginning of the 20th century. So the natural rate, or the neutral rate, R star, plus the inflation target. And then we have two factors of adjustment. If inflation is higher than the target, then we overreact by raising rates 1.5 times. And if there is an output gap, we underreact. And this makes for a stability of inflation under this rule. Now, the problem with this is what are, because there are several. The second problem is what price index. There isn't such a thing as a price index. There is a thing like a clean variable would be the exchange rate, because the exchange rate is clear-cut. So many euros per dollar, so many escudos per dollar, so many pesetas per dollar. It's a clean variable. But the other prices are not clean. Well, let me continue with the R. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond, his paper. And there we have three ways in which academics, one of them is the governor of the Central Bank of the Federal Reserve of New York, John Williams. The natural rate is something that is not something objective, it's not something that we observe, it's an abstract concept, and economists have to estimate it. And you can see there that in these three prestigious methods of estimating it, you could have a discrepancy of almost 2 percentage points. So basically, the problem with the neutral rate is that each macroeconomy has its own. And an ultra-activist central banker will go for the lowest one, and super orthodox will go for the highest one. But now, this equation, the Taylor equation, doesn't take into account financial stability. It doesn't have a component on financial stability. So aware of that, precisely the Federal Reserve Bank of New York is doing research of double star, R double star. What is that? Said, well, we don't take care of financial stability with R star, so now we are going to do another R, which looks at the robustness or fragility of the financial system and the banking system. And obviously, this R double star doesn't coincide with the other. If you are coming out of a recession, it could be relatively high. But if you are in a situation like the current situation with high leverage buildup, and I'm talking mostly about the United States, in a mega asset bubble, obviously, if you the R double star will be significantly below the R star. So this is the problem. You know, it reminds me of this comedian of the 20th century, Groucho Marx. You know? These are my principles. If you don't like them, well, I have others. This is my R star. But if you don't like it, I come with another R star, right? So there is an issue there. Now, what price index? The CPI, the personal consumption expenditures deflator, the GDP deflator. And as I said, these are not clean indexes. These indices are diffuse. And they are tinkered with or calculated and maneuvered by the statistical offices and the like. I remember when inflation surged after the pandemic in Spain, they used to do a change of weights every year. And they have set free train rides in several capital cities, and you could see the share of the train rides cost zero expanding, and obviously, some of the financial writers say, how successful it's been in fighting inflation. Well, so the Federal Reserve likes the PCE because it's typically lower than the CPI. So again, I mean, what price index? Well, you choose. Wages are not a clean variable because, I mean, you can say the minimum wage, the average wage, but the wage structure, the same thing with the interest rate. I mean, you have a whole structure, not only the base rate. You have the term premium, you have the credit risk premium, the liquidity premium, and so on. So saying this is the policy rate is not enough. But the exchange rate is indeed a clean variable. Now, the issue is this article of a professor I had at the University of California, Los Angeles, where I did my graduate work. There is the Fisherian tradition from Irving Fisher of the quantity equation of money, to which Milton Friedman belong. And Friedman also states that in his studies on the optimum quantity theory of money, that actually in the quantity equation of money, you have transactions. You don't have GDP. Money in a monetary economy pays for transactions. But transactions can be of goods and services, or it can be transactions of assets, bonds, stocks, real estate, and the like. So Armen Alchian and Ben Klein, who were professors of mine, later than they wrote this paper, wrote this piece in 1973, which unshelved the issue of incorporating asset prices in the price index, something that had been dormant for a while. And this article has been dormant for a while. It came back after the financial crisis. Well, if we pick the wrong price, if we neglect asset prices, and if we pick the wrong too low R star or neutral rate, then we might rank into the risk of the real bills problem, which is you are setting a real interest rate and you are targeting a price which doesn't reflect the total conditions of the market, and then the Taylor rule might degenerate in some sort of real bills endogenous money supply problem. And I think that this might be the culprit of periodic asset bubbles, definitely the one that the United States has now, not so much in Europe and emerging markets in the UK. So what to do? As an economist, I prefer that the authorities intervene with quantities and not prices, and the interest rate is probably the most important price in the economy. So setting a price with all the caveats of what I said, or shortcomings, what that said before. I don't like it as an economy. So should we go back to monetary targeting? It was abandoned because the demand for money became unstable. Well, not from 1 month to the next, right, or from 1 year to the next. Should we move to a nominal GDP growth target? And this is something which is being discussed in the research departments of central banks and the like. Or should we stick to the table rule and incorporate something that gauges financial conditions, and definitely a price index that includes the price of assets? Here we have the bubbles that we had since 1960, and we can see there that the so-called Magnificent Seven bubble, which is Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Tesla, NVIDIA, it really outranks all the other. This is the evaluation metrics that John Hassman thinks better fits the historical data. And the Financial Times has printed this chart several times over the last months, which is the share of non-financial market capitalization, and including all the companies in the financial sector, to the non-financial corporate gross value added. And this is actually higher than even the 1929. So it looks like this bubble is about to burst or starting to burst. Now, at the end of the day, Alan Greenspan used to say it's better to deal with bubbles when they burst, and I don't think that's very, very wise. I'm sure they cannot be prevented, but helping them to evolve is probably not a good thing. And for that, we have Jeremy Siegel's line, Professor Wharton, of stock returns for 220 years in the US, since the Philadelphia Stock Exchange was formed in 1790, the New York Stock Exchange 1792. So we have diversified portfolios since then. And this has yielded 6.9% real and about 8.6% nominal. Now, this is with dividends and reinvesting dividends. So if you have a period in which this is one standard deviation above this, and typically this happens when you have innovations like we're having now with artificial intelligence, everybody cries wolf, saying, total factor productivity has increased. This has no precedent in history. And of course, it has the automobile, the electricity, the power engine, and the internet, the telephony, and the mobile, and so on and so forth. So no innovation is different. So a rule can be set up to monitor that, and surely the central bankers here know of this much more than I do. But and I leave it as a question rather than I don't have answers. This is the minutes of the Federal Reserve meeting, the last Federal Reserve meeting, and they are obviously trying to cover themselves, saying the system financial vulnerabilities are notable. The staff judged that asset valuation pressures were elevated. When a central banker says that, I not only have shivers, I have tremors, because they are the masters of the understatement, right? Now, another thing with the Taylor rule in practice and the QE period is, the Austrian economist, the Austrian school, says that recession have a cleansing effect. In other words, malinvestments, as they call them, done during the boom time, need really to disappear, go bust, and be replaced by something else. Now, if to fight cyclical unemployment coming from the crisis, say, the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, you go into negative real interest rates for a long period of time, as we can see here, in which investment projects that have a present value of cash flows which is negative, which is lower than the cost of the investment, a negative present value of the total cash flow, including the disbursement, then there is no cleansing. You might be validating companies which should not survive, and you might be considering that this cyclical unemployment, which in reality a part of it is structural unemployment, that should be dealt with differently. And here we have what happens since the financial crisis. The positives are very few. Only now, and in 2010, everywhere else is negative. So this is also food for thought, and the fact that the application in practice of the Taylor rule can take you anywhere, including this. You aim at a positive rate, at the end you end up with an exposed negative. Now, let me make a comment about Portugal's economic progress. My son Santiago, who is sitting there in the second row, is last year he came to Algesur in Algarve in the summer. In Easter he went to the Azores, and he has spent last Christmas in Cabo Verde, former Portuguese colony. So I asked Santiago, you're half Spanish, his mother is English. Why do you like to go to Portugal more than you do to Spain? And he said, well, the English side came and said, look, I like to go to Spain, but the Portuguese do the same things, but make less noise. So I said, well, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Well, there are times in which making noise is a good thing. For instance, this is Professor Luis Garicano, a Spanish economist of the London School of Economics. And this is a tweet that he posted a couple of months ago. And there you have the arrow going to Portugal. You can see there that here you have the real public debt per capita in real euros. And here you have the growth in disposable income from 2019 from 2024. And you can see that 4 countries, but Portugal has reduced the debt per capita, but is being able to catch up to improve the real GDP per capita, and most of the others have not. So that needs to be publicized and needs to be divulged. Noise is needed here. Noise is needed here. Governor Centeno. Now, in closing, I've known Governor Centeno recently in person, but once I read this dispatch from Associated Press in 2017 when he was running to be the president of the Eurozone Ministers of Economy. And, if there are tough ministers of finance, probably Wolfgang Schäuble was the toughest. And I'm going to read, the former German finance minister Wolfgang Schäuble, not excessively prone to handing out flattery and a staunch defender of budgetary rigor, last May called Centeno the Cristiano Rolando of Ecofin. The Cristiano Rolando of Ecofin. So I thought that was amazing, more so coming from Wolfgang Schäuble. But what really captured my attention in that very dispatch was this sentence. Centeno, often called a liberal, but sees himself culturally of the left, accedes to the top post among the Eurozone finance ministers. So the right economic policies in his head and the right beliefs, or cultural beliefs, on the right side, which is on the left, the heart, right? So, I like that. Market economics, but the distribution is probably not very good, so you need social policies and redistribution. I like that. So, like, you have a dialectical force, right? On the one hand, market, on the other hand, redistribution. So I quickly link that to one of my favorite tales to feature Centeno, and it's O Banqueiro Anarquista, Fernando Pessoa, which says, I am scientific anarchist. There are anarchists who bow the knee, and I am an anarchist who stands up and fights for freedom. In short, they are pseudo-anarchists. And with that, we got up from the table, Lisbon, 1922, a century ago. So, of these achievements of the Portuguese economies, the economic team has a lot of credit to show. And Mario was Minister of Finance 5 years, now Governor of the Central Bank. And he bears a big part of the credit. And I've done some sort of a search of other prominent Portuguese economists who have had jobs at the level of minister, governor of the central bank for as long a period as this, that they have actually been able to survive the political system of Portugal at that level. And there are basically two, Mario Centeno and Aníbal Cavaco Silva, before he became president. So I have a friend, econometrician in the department, and I'm going to ask him to run a regression to see what is next. What's the projection? Now, in finishing, my generation, those of us who were in high school, others that were in university in 1974, for us was a source of inspiration, Grândola, Vila Morena, Terra da Fraternidade. I couldn't help it. And the Carnational Revolution, as an aspiration as to what could come next in Spain. And I say that because it was 51 years ago, on the 25th of April of this year, within 5 weeks. But it's the 50th anniversary of Grândola, Vila Morena. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now I cordially invite Deputy Governor Diogo Guilherme from Banco Central do Brasil to the stage to enlighten us on the labor market and monetary policy in Brazil.
Thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity to present and to exchange ideas, learn here in this conference. When thinking, so the presentation is going to be about labor market in Brazil, the relationship with monetary policy. But I think there are many aspects that we see in different countries. The resilience of the labor market, the need of rebalance of the labor market, how to measure this lack of the labor market, the wage price spiral, all of these things are related to, you see in many countries. Here I'm going to be talking more about Brazil, and to start with this, I'm going to actually be talking more about I don't know, how do I push that? I'm going to be talking more about the differences than the similarities of Brazil with other countries. Okay, now we go. So to start off, what's the mandate? So how the labor market enters into the central bank mandate? So is it through an objective itself, or is it through the monetary policy mechanism? That's the first question. The second one is, how does it enter the policy reaction function? So how the central bank has been talking about the labor market. And then I'll go through the current stance of the labor market and the prospective scenario of the labor market. So the presentation here, I think it's more about a reaffirmation of prior communications. So it's going to be mostly about some excerpts of our communication, reaffirming things that we have said and putting graphs on it, trying to discuss some topics than new information. But I think it's as important as new information is to provide and explain what we've done. So to start off on the mandate, the way we have the inflation targeting regime in Brazil, first you have the independence law, the autonomy law, that says that the fundamental objective of the Central Bank of Brazil is to ensure price stability. And then you have a secondary, without prejudice to its fundamental objective, you have stability and efficiency of financial systems, smoothing fluctuations in the level of economic activity, and promoting full employment. Given such objective of price stability, the National Monetary Council sets what is the inflation target, 3%. It used to be a calendar year, now it's a continuous target. And then it's delegated to the central bank to use monetary policy to achieve the inflation target. So I think it's a sort of the standard inflation target procedure with a secondary objective of smoothing fluctuations. And then so that's like the law. And then do we see members or communication reflecting such objective? And with all these NLP advances, you can look at this. So you can look at a speech, you can look at communication, see. So do members pay attention to what is expected them to be paying attention to? And we've been looking at this, and yes. So there's a new paper, for instance, looking at the Fed mandate and arguing that financial stability, for instance, is an important concern, that it's not directly enumerated in the Fed mandate. When we look at the communication in Brazil, you see how inflation shows up. And taking apart the part of communication, looking at implementation itself, it's really looking at Taylor rules, right? So the Taylor rule reflects this inflation targeting. And obviously you can still have a weight on growth and continue to be coherent with inflation targeting. But we have published in our communication some empirical Taylor rules that fit to the past that are related to inflation expectations. So inflation expectations helping to think about policy reaction and interest rates. So my own take on all of that, I think, as Mario was putting, is the importance of the labor market as a transmission mechanism, right? It's not that it's not an objective itself. You have to think through to bring inflation to the target. How does it feed into the product and the labor market? Getting into our last communication, here you see like the last paragraph of our communication. So I think it gets more interesting what we've been talking about. So we are in the middle of a tightening cycle, and then first we have said that so the total magnitude of such cycle will be determined by the firm commitment of reaching the inflation target, the target at 3%. It's not an interval, it's 3%. And will depend on the inflation dynamics. I think on the minutes we have stressed the inflation dynamics that we look at, mainly services inflation, because it's related to the labor market, it's related to services, it's inertial. So it provides a lot of information about what's going to be inflation in the future. Industrial goods. Industrial goods are related to exchange rate depreciation. So it also helps on understanding how it's going to feed into headline inflation. And food items that have had a shock last quarter, this quarter, it's less related to monetary policy, more of supply shocks. So that's the inflation dynamics part. Then you have the inflation projections part. Inflation projections come from the models committee, and we provide our estimates of calendar year and relevant horizon inflation forecasts, standing at 5.2 and 4%, the last projections that we provided. We think also that will depend on inflation expectations. Inflation expectations have de-anchored and have de-anchored more recently, so they're not at the target as they used to since the pandemics, and we can discuss more about that. I mean, our own take about this de-anchoring of inflation expectations. First, we were of the view of trying to understand why inflation expectations de-anchored. Then we moved to say, having de-anchored, we have to act. So it was a bit of a change from saying we want to understand why they are de-anchored to say we are uncomfortable with that. In the last minutes, we outlined that all members were uncomfortable with the de-anchoring of inflation expectations, and we have to act on that. And the fourth one is the output gap related to labor market slack. It's always tough to measure the output gap. In Brazil, over the last, say, 4 or 6 quarters, we moved from a negative output gap to a positive one. So activity has surprised on the upside, growing above potential. We have also changed our methods on estimating the output gap, and we outlined that in the communication. So now we see the output gap as positive, and we think that it's gonna grow below potential to go to a negative output gap in 6 quarters from now, and this is required to get inflation back to the target. And finally, the balance of risks. And in the balance of risks, I mean, obviously you have the international outlook, tariffs, whether they're going to be implemented, what's going to be the amount, and so on and so forth, as well as growth, inflation expectations, things that we have outlined. So continuing on getting more into how we're seeing the current stance of the labor market. So over the past quarters, economic activity has surprised positively and remained strong. So starting on the graph on the right-hand side, what you see is the unemployment rate, and each gray line is what it was expected to be the forecast at each point in time. So you see that unemployment kept falling, and people thinking that unemployment would be stable and continue falling. And it's hard to know what is the narrow, because there was a labor market reform, but I think there's no doubt that it's strong, and that has surprised a lot in the last, say, 3 years and so. So if you look at the forecast at the margin, it suggests some increase, possibly stable unemployment, but looking back at what has happened, obviously there's a concern there. And on the left-hand side, you see the graph related to labor income and disposable household gross disposable national income, and they've been growing at high levels in the last 3 years. So it's a story of a strong labor market, as well as social benefits, pushing income and providing support for consumption. I mean, we've been stressing that there's a support for consumption coming from strong credit, coming from social benefits and labor market. The tough part is what's this lack of the labor market, because you had this labor market reform. So our own take was, it's hard to get what is the narrow, so we're going to wait to see what happens to wages. Once we start seeing wages picking up, I mean, there's going to be evidence that bargaining power has changed, that the labor market is tight. And I think this helps telling the story of our change of stance on monetary policy. I mean, our view of stopping a cutting cycle, starting a hiking cycle is related to the view of the labor market, of wages, of a change of view on the output cap. And then getting into the current stance of the labor market, I mean, the paragraph is taken from the minutes, but I put graphs to sort of each argument that we've put out in the minutes. So the labor market has been tight. I think that's an important point. The initial start, the starting point of the labor market is that it's tight. And then, I mean, you look at different dimensions and you get the same conclusion. So you see unemployment rate close to historical lows. I don't know if the computer will restart or not. Resignation rate, it's something that I also find it interesting to see, you know, how many people have decided to leave jobs and get other jobs voluntarily. So this is at maximum high. And then participation rate at low levels. Participation rate is related a bit with demographics, a bit with social benefits, and also with the economic cycle itself. And salaries and income that are running at high levels if you compare to what is the target, productivity, or historical pattern. And then what do we look at? So that's like the starting point, but what is the prospective scenario of the labor market? So it involves a slowdown in activity. That's the baseline scenario, gradual slowdown in activity. And it's necessary for the convergence of inflation to the target. So to get economy to rebalance, to get inflation back to the target, we need to reduce the output gap and decelerate a little bit the economy. That's a bit of our baseline scenario. And this table is taken from the inflation report, in which we published our forecasts for 2024, 2025. So you see, for instance, on GDP at market prices falling from 3.5 to 2%, 2.1, sorry. So you see already in our baseline scenario deceleration today. We had the release of GDP coming a bit weaker than expected, and with household consumption also a bit lower than expected. And the question comes now whether such baseline scenario of a deceleration is happening or not. And what we have stressed is, there are early signs that we may be seeing some growth moderation by the end of last year. And one aspect is credit supply indicator, but credit supply indicator is a soft indicator. It's not credit itself, but we're looking at forward-looking evidence of credit suggests some moderation. The same goes for confidence indices that are also soft data. So you start seeing some growth moderation. The GDP would also suggest that there was some moderation on household consumption. I guess more important than anything else is the fact that it's required to get inflation to the target, and that it's part of our baseline scenario. Looking into what has happened in the beginning of this year, you see mixed data. You see some data a bit stronger, so it's hard to say whether it's a trend. And in the minutes, we've outlined some of these arguments to say some caveats on whether what we're starting to see is indeed a moderation or not. The first one is the fact that by looking at the last data point and try to conclude that there is a signal there, I mean, it can be affected by seasonality, it can be affected by revisions. So the left-hand side graph is just vintages of a monthly GDP that the central bank publishes. So you look at it and you see that in the end, things have changed quite a bit from revisions. So that's one aspect. And the other one is seasonality. So on the right-hand side, you see trying to get seasonal adjustment for GDP. And it's just a change whether you do it on the headline GDP or you do at each component of GDP. Just by doing the seasonal adjustment on the headline or on the supply side components of GDP, you already get different results. So by looking at the margin, you start seeing, you may get different conclusions, looking at seasonality, looking at revisions. So this is one caveat. Another one is, data has ebbs and flows. It may suggest some moderation and come back. So in December, you see most of these lines into red, into negative, right? So suggesting some moderation. But the same happened in August. And then in September and October, you saw it back to positive. So sometimes data, you see 1 month coming down, but it's more of a noise than a signal. Maybe only volatility in the series. Another important aspect is, so in December we saw a labor market, formal employment falling, but we saw wages still strong. And then I guess one question that comes out is it really demand falling, or is it because you're lacking supply? So you're not hiring anymore, but wages are still picking up. And I think that's one of the questions. I mean, as you see unemployment at historical lows, it begs the question of, are we getting into all the supply, and then the adjustment will be through wages, or we're seeing a reduction of formal employment because there is a reduction in demand too. So that's another caveat that we've brought. So to conclude, this comes from the minutes. I mean, what we're going to be monitoring ahead. The pace of economic activity. And why looking at pace of economic activity? Because it's fundamental to determine the inflation, especially services inflation. It's because of that that we look at, we care about economic activity. The exchange rate passed through to inflation. There was a process of depreciation, especially in December. The currency depreciated fast in December. There was volatility. We've already outlined that pass-through is non-linear, pass-through is asymmetric, so all these things are important when you have a depreciation. And thirdly, inflation expectations. Inflation expectations, as I've mentioned, are de-anchored and have de-anchored more. And they're important to understand the behavior of inflation in the future. When you have de-anchored inflation expectations, the sacrifice ratio increases, the costs of bringing inflation back to the target increase. And when we look at these inflationary vectors of the current scenario, I mean, they remain adverse, right? You have a positive output gap. This reflects both on the labor market and on the other measures of activity. An exchange rate depreciation, a current inflation running high, and more de-anchored inflation expectations. I'll conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to cordially invite Governor Rosana Costa from Banco Central de Chile for an overview of the Chilean experience on monetary policy and the labor market. Unfortunately, Governor Rosana Costa was not able to be here with us today, but she's joining us via video conference. Governor, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to begin thanking Governor Mario Centeno. Thank you, Mario, for this opportunity, for attending the presentation for this. Unfortunately, due to scheduling constraint, has to join this opportunity. I start with Chilean labor market. And I will start telling you that we have some characteristics that are common to those of other emerging economies, and some other that are have some differences. Female labor force participation is slightly lower than in developed economies, 52.1% in my country, 53.8% in terms of OECD average. Informality levels are around 26.4%, a figure in line with other emerging economies, but far higher than for developed ones. In turn, the labor force participation of older workers is relatively high. For those aged 65 and up, the participation rate is 19.6%, while the average of the OECD is 15.9%. So this goes hand in hand with relatively low pension earnings for retirees. There are, however, some characteristics that are distinctive of the Chilean economy, and one of them is labor mobility. Labor mobility is very high, much more so than in other economies, both developed and emerging economies. This labor mobility does not, however, come hand in hand with wage growth, while most job transitions are associated with wage increases, 54% of cases. A significant portion of turnover does not bring higher income, 46%. Similarly, job movements are not necessarily towards more productive companies. These features conferred the Chilean labor market multiple adjustment margins such as informality, left employment, labor mobility, and wage adjustment to respond to cyclical disturbances, thus reducing the impact on unemployment. I'm not speaking about the effectiveness or the efficiency of this element, but is present in the economy and in the labor market. As you can see in the figure, Chile's job reallocation rate, in red is Chile, is more than 10 percentage points higher than that of the US, a country with a very dynamic labor market. COVID-19 pandemic hit the world economy hard, and Chile was not the exception. The nature of the shock was exceptional, and the labor market was especially hard hit due mainly to sanitary restrictions and lockdowns that were long-lasting and widespread in my country. By July 2020, unemployment had risen to 13.1% from around 7% the year before, and layoffs had increased 38% in March 2020. Participation rates also decreased substantially as some workers, especially women, had to exit the labor market to care for children and or elderly family members. There was a decrease of 10.9 percentage points for women and 10.6 percentage points for men. Older workers who faced higher risk from COVID and young workers who could start higher education program online also exited the labor market in high numbers. You can see in the figures, labor force participation for women had been growing in the last decade. During the pandemic, the decline is more pronounced for women in blue than for men in red, and the recovery is not completed. Monetary policy was brought to the effective lower bound in April 2020, and several other policies were implemented during those first months to support firms and workers, such as liquidity provision to commercial banks, credit guarantees for firms, and labor protection programs by which firms could retain workers that were not attending work. Later, in 2020, other measures were implemented, such as pension fund withdrawals and fiscal transfers to more than 80% of individuals. Overall, total stimulative measures accounted for more than 30% of GDP, an income increase for all income quintiles, despite a drop in labor income for the lowest quintiles. You can see all quintiles except the richest one, quintile 5, experienced labor income losses, the blue area in bars. However, these were more than compensated by other sources of income, such as transfers in red and pension fund withdrawal in yellow and in green. As activity gradually normalized and restrictions on mobility eased, production resumed in most sectors. Those that took longer to return to normalcy were more services sectors such as restaurants and hotels, which were more exposed to sanitary risks related to COVID. Despite stimulus measures such as subsidies for firms that hired new workers implemented in September 2020, labor force participation did normalize, but at a slow pace. Some groups of workers took longer to come back to labor force, as schools took a long time to operate normally, and cumulative earnings from previous months allowed many to retain out of the labor force for longer periods. This behavior of the labor market was not an outlier. A study carried out at the bank showed that countries where fiscal aid was more generous, while they were able to protect the most vulnerable households, may have seen a delay in the recovery of the labor force. While in developed economies, labor market showed evident signs of being highly constrained and wage increases exerted additional pressures on costs and prices, the situation was different in my country. By December 2022, the Chilean labor market showed limited dynamism and low indexation, which reduced the risk for inflation convergence. You can see annual growth in real wages decreased during the pandemic, then recovered and fell once again due to inflation picking up in 2022. Inflation went down from its peak of 14% to around 3% in early 2024. This dramatic fall was the result of a large drop in demand due to restrictive monetary policy, along with the withdrawal of fiscal stimulus package during 2022 and the normalization of domestic production and international trade. As economic activity slowed down and the Chilean economy resolved its imbalance of previous years, unemployment increased, albeit a lower rate that would have been expected ex ante and reached 9% in late 2023 or the beginning of 2024. Labor force participation has picked up since the pandemic, but some groups have taken longer than we had expected to return to pre-pandemic levels, and some may never return at all. This is the case most notably of workers that were 55 years old or older when the pandemic broke out. During 2024, the Chilean economy was subject to additional shocks. Electricity prices were adjusted after years of being frozen at the expense of acquiring debt with private firms. This translated into 1 percentage point higher inflation for the year. Beyond an appreciation over the past months, the currency depreciation since mid-2024 has reaccelerated goods inflation. And in addition, a number of laws related to the labor market were passed and or started being implemented, and they have exerted additional pressure on the cost structures of firms. In December 2024, we published an analysis carried out at the bank that shows the recent increases in the minimum wage of nearly 15% in real terms led to a 4.3 rise in average wages for firms with a higher proportion of minimum wage workers relative to firms with a lower fraction of minimum wage workers, with a cumulative differential effect of 7.8% 16 months after the introduction of the policy. Other labor market regulations have taken place at the same time, such as a reduction in working hours from 45 hours a week to 40 hours a week to be gradually implemented by 2028. Anti-harassment legislation, and more recently a pension system reform that increases pension contribution and established that these should be paid by employers. At the same time, real wages have increased in the last year at a faster pace than before the pandemic. Meanwhile, labor demand is weak, although it is showing some signs of recovery in the last few months, and unemployment remains high at around 8%. However, unemployment gap measures, which are computed as the difference between unemployment and a reference rate such as the Nairo are close to zero. This is in line with measures of the output gap and with the fact that the Chilean economy is growing at a rate that is very close to trend. Different estimation of the reference unemployment rate or Nairo in the picture in the slide allow us to compute measures of unemployment gap akin to the output gap. All of these unemployment gap measures show similar dynamic as the output gap. As I have said, black line, right axis is showing the figure of unemployment. The other lines are different measures of these reference unemployment line, and we can perceive them as a wide range in which the unobserved Nairo really is. To conclude, let me summarize the current outlook for labor markets and monetary policy. After the pandemic, labor markets normalized, but at a slower pace than in other economies, and participation rates of some groups have not yet returned to their pre-pandemic levels. Although inflation reached double digits, labor markets were never as tight as in other developed and emerging economies, with similar inflation spikes, and inflationary pressures were not particularly exacerbated by wage increases. We raised the monetary policy rate substantially to control excess demand and tame inflation, which resulted in a decrease in labor demand and a surge in unemployment. We are currently facing higher than average levels of unemployment, weak labor demand, and high labor costs, mostly due to novel labor market regulation that put upward pressures on future production costs and ultimately inflation. The developments in the labor market are probably a reflection of the characteristic of the Chilean labor market that I described at the beginning of my talk. The combination of unusually high labor mobility, high informality, and low wage growth may translate into relatively milder cyclical fluctuations of unemployment and consequently lower than expected inflationary pressure exerted by wage increases. This is not to say, however, that wages and employment fluctuations are not relevant for economic activity and inflation. They indeed are, as we are currently seeing, but they tend to respond more to longer-lived shocks and structural changes and less to short-lived shocks compared to other economies. Let me finish by saying that the relationship between monetary policy and the labor market is bidirectional. Monetary policy plays a role in the short-term fluctuations of the labor market, and at the same time, labor markets play a role in economic activity and inflation fluctuations, thus impacting monetary policy decisions. These connections are complex and ever-evolving, and although we are acquired substantial knowledge over the years about the labor market, we keep close tabs on its developments, and we are always learning new lessons and adapting our frameworks to better capture the changing environment. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Governor Rosana Costa. Now I cordially invite to the stage Governor Martin Kazac from Bank of Latvia to talk about monetary policy tightening and labor market strength. How much of a sacrifice has been experienced recently in the euro area?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Mario. The rebound that we've seen in Portugal is really just short of spectacular, and I think I have a license to say so because in the crisis of 2008, Latvia suffered GDP loss of 20+%, unemployment through the roof, large outward migration. So what you've done and what I see in the macro numbers now, especially in the labor market, especially in the job creation, it's been spectacular. So well done, with some envy. Okay, let me continue. But before I go to the slides and talk a bit about the sacrifice ratio and how come Europe has been so successful so far. Yes, you heard me right. In terms of the monetary policy, I think it's been really kind of a good story. But of course, why do we look at the labor markets? Because of the transmission. Our mandate at the ECB and euro area is very clear: 2% symmetric medium term. Okay? But of course, there are feedback loops from monetary policy to the labor market and from labor market to the monetary policy. And I'm going to touch upon some of the elements in my very brief notes today. But let me stress the current situation of very high uncertainty. And uncertainty not only in terms of how the propagation of monetary policy works through the economy, but of course the overall environment. And I would stress two things that's going to make our life much more difficult. And I think therefore the modus operandi in terms of step-by-step, meeting by meeting is very appropriate. Geopolitical shocks, and of course European fiscal and defense response, which of course is very necessary. And on the part of what the central bank should do, I fully agree with Ricardo's statement that we simply should do our job. We should fulfill our mandate. 2% symmetric medium term. Okay, so we provide the stability. But it's extremely important that we are able to deliver this only if we are independent. So the independence of the central bank, institutional strength, is the very basis of delivering on our mandate. And other institutions should do their own job. Okay? And the interplay is going to lead to the result that is beneficial for our societies. But okay, let me come back to some of the experiences from the euro area, and I'm not going to tell a consistent story. I'm going to provide you with some elements of the puzzle, and then of course during the discussion we can continue. But the chart to the left, red inflation, as we see very sharp increase in inflation rates over the last few years, very much contained by a sharp increase in policy rates, 450 basis points from minus 0.5 to 4%, the line in blue. And if one takes a look at the labor market, as if nothing has happened. Okay? Unemployment at historically low levels. This very sharp tightening has not led to massive job losses. And this is what we can see in the sacrifice ratio estimates. And this is from the paper of my colleagues at the Bank of Latvia, filtering out the monetary policy implications, direct kind of impulses from monetary policy onto the labor market. And what we can see very clearly that, of course, this was the moment when the monetary policy was in lack of traction, okay, when we were close to zero lower bound. But overall, the sacrifice ratios, to the very right, we can see that the sacrifice ratios during this episode of monetary tightening has been much less costly than we've seen in the past. So the question is, how come? How come? And before I provide some tentative answers, let us look at some other elements. And of course, economists are very often using the Phillips curve, and it is In the chart to the left, what we can see, the dark bullets, the dark points, are in the run-up to the 2021 Q3, when we saw inflation really take off. We've been following quite nicely along a non-linear Phillips curve. And it seems that we've been able to use this very nice situation at that time when the nonlinearity has allowed us to push inflation down without massive cost in terms of unemployment increase. Unfortunately, if one carries forward, then of course currently where you see the Q4 of the last year, the last point here, if we start to move even lower, then of course most likely at a larger cost to employment. What has helped also to make monetary policy efficient in terms of lower sacrifice ratios, of course, is the credibility of the central bank. And if one takes a look at the chart to the right, we can see that inflation expectations have been quite nicely anchored around 2%, which again provides more credibility, and the cost from monetary policy adjustment is likely to be much smaller because there is confidence that monetary policy will deliver and we will return to this 2% target over the medium term. So, let me bring in one more element. Of course, labor market is not homogeneous, and monetary policy transmission is not homogeneous across the whole of the economy. And one way how to look at this is industry versus services. And we see that also inflationary dynamics have been very different in industry and services. We've seen services booming, and we've seen industry being very weak. In fact, in certain euro area countries also in recession for quite a long time. And also the monetary policy transmission through different segments of the economy are different. And the chart to the left shows that's from the Fed analysis. The dark blue line is the services sector, and the dashed red line is the manufacturing sector. And we can see that manufacturing is more open and more sensitive to interest rate increases. Okay? Again, the transmission very much differs. And similar picture is seen also in terms of what has happened with services and non-energy industrial goods that are either sensitive or non-sensitive to interest rates. And of course, the worry is, will services inflation get stuck? Okay? Because inflation, of course, in the services sector has been quite sticky, as we will see in the charts further down the presentation. So, at the end of the day, the issue in the labor markets is that about the supply and that about the demand. How come that with that sharp increase in interest rates, unemployment has been sliding? How much of this is supply element and how much of this is demand element, and what potentially has changed? And one element that may help to explain why demand has been so robust is labor hoarding. And especially in the industry. And this is very much seen in the chart to the right, where we can see the Ocon law calculations in terms of the services sector. We see that the estimate from the Ocon implied equations fits quite nicely with the actual employment. But in terms of industry, we see that there is a large gap. Okay? So how come industrial companies have been able to maintain this employment and have not shed labor much more? If they would have shed the labor, of course, unemployment have gone up. Okay? For services sector, we see that growth was there. The rebound after COVID, of course, increased demand for services. quite starkly and sharply, and it also went along with the employment increase. So the services sector during this tightening phase has performed quite nicely. Industrial sector did not in terms of its output, but it did not shed the labor. Okay? One explanation is labor hoarding. What has allowed to produce this labor hoarding element, and Governor Centeno already noted this element in terms of interplay with the profit margins. And this is what we can see in the middle of the chart. The line shows that the margins for the industry, okay, adjusted quite significantly. So companies took on the labor demand stabilization impact on themselves. Why this could be the case? You know, one is that, of course, we came into the inflation episode from the COVID-19 support programs. We also have been coming into the labor market that is aging. We see that labor supply has been shrinking. Portugal is not the standard case in Europe. We see labor market aging, we see very often labor market shrinking. Replacing employees is costly, so companies may tend to maintain the employment and not shed the labor. Then, of course, what about the labor supply? And labor supply is at play here as well. We see that people choose more leisure. They tend to work less, and this is what we can see in the chart to the left. Employment hours per person, now we are significantly lower than we used to be in 1990s. Okay? Again, you need more people if productivity growth has been weak, and productivity growth has been weak for most of the time. So people work less, and the interesting thing is, of course, that the changes in hours worked per person are on the negative side for all industries. It's not that one industry is the culprit. We simply want to work less. Okay? We want to have more leisure time. And I already mentioned demographic indicators. For EU 27, as we can see, the share of working age population is coming down. There are less kids. There are excuse me, there are less people in the working age when one takes a look at the number of kids and those elderly in retirement. And age dependency ratio, of course, has increased as well. So for monetary policy, these things do matter, because if the labor market remains resilient, then wage pressures are likely to be maintained, and that may also lead to a situation when services inflation is higher. And this is what we saw in the previous chart. To the right, the red line, services, the dark blue line, non-energy industrial goods. The average should be 2%. Okay, so which one gives? If services inflation does not come down, then, of course, to get 2%, industry has to go into deflation. But of course, deflation is not a desired outcome. So the last few months are showing that we are in line with the forecast by and large, and services inflation has been somewhat easing. Okay? But still, we need to see that service inflation eases up. What do these possible structural shifts in demand and supply mean for monetary policy? Are they going to be unwinded very quickly? I don't think so. So many of these things are behavioral changes. But the only thing that can really fix the inflation problem and make it much less painful for monetary policy, it is productivity growth. And this is other policies' responsibility. Okay, so structural change, investment, everything that Mario showed in the slide in terms of structural reform is extremely important. And monetary policy will not be able to fill those shoes. Monetary policy's task is to provide stability, but it is other policies that need to deliver. If they will deliver, then monetary policy will again become boring. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. We'll now have a coffee break and we'll return in 15 minutes for the second part of this conference. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning of the second part of this monetary policy transmission and the labor market conference, I cordially invite Governor Adriana Kugler from the Federal Reserve System to the stage for her keynote speech, after which Silvia Amaro, CNBC's anchor and TV reporter in London, covering European politics, economics, and financial markets, will conduct a Q&A about her keynote speech.
Well, thank you, Tiago, so much for that introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am just so delighted to be at the Bank of Portugal, especially among friends, including Governor Centeno, and to be speaking at a conference focusing on matters that I deeply care about: monetary policy and labor markets. Before I became a monetary policymaker, a large share of my work as an academic researcher addressed the effects of policies on labor markets, such as payroll taxation, employment protections, occupational licensing, and unemployment insurance. I was able to apply some of these insights in my work as chief economist at the Department of Labor, analyzing the labor market and supporting research on policies and their effectiveness. And of course, labor markets are central to carrying out the Federal Open Market Committee's, or FOMC's, dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices. Recently, labor supply and labor demand in the US have been roughly in balance, and the unemployment rate has been running close to the estimates of FOMC participants for its longer run rate, which is consistent with the committee's maximum employment goal. Today's employment report for February confirms this view. The net number of new jobs created was 151,000, not too far from the 177,000 average of the prior 6 months. The unemployment rate was 4.1%, is still in the narrow range between 4% and 4.2%, where it has really remained since last summer. Labor force participation was 62.4%, likewise within the range of values observed in the past year. Consistent with this stability and evidence of balanced labor demand and labor supply, average hourly earnings are up 4% in the past 12 months, and with the strong productivity growth in recent quarters, I do not believe wages are a significant source right now of inflationary pressure. On the price side of the FOMC's dual mandate, inflation has fallen significantly since its peak in the middle of 2022. And we have lowered our policy rate accordingly, with a reduction, as you know, of 100 basis points since last September. Still, inflation has moved sideways since the second half of last year, with uneven progress across its major categories. Inflation for market-based core services, excluding housing, has stepped down to an estimated 2.4% in January from a level of about 3.5% in the first quarter of 2024. Housing inflation, which had been stubbornly hovering around 5% for most of last year, has finally come down to an estimated 4.5% in January. Adding to that, measures of new rents, such as those published by CoreLogic, suggest further progress in housing inflation as we move forward. Unfortunately, one category of prices that is putting upward pressure on inflation is non-market-based core services, which is imputed as opposed to being observed. Although some of the components in that category may be affected by difficulties of measurement, such as other prices, such as those including financial services, are tied to the stock market and may have been signaling wealth effects that help push up aggregate demand for some time. Core goods inflation has also been slowly rising. In the first half of 24, core goods inflation was a negative 0.6% on average, which was really very close to what we saw before the COVID pandemic. But starting in May, core goods inflation has stepped up, and it's now estimated to be around 0.3% in January. Consistent with an increase in goods prices, the releases of the manufacturing and non-manufacturing surveys this week from the Institute of Supply Management showed a jump in prices paid for purchase inputs. So this is very recent data. This rise is not a welcome development because in the long term, goods price deflation has offset price increases in these other categories that I just mentioned and has been able to keep a lid on overall inflation. Notwithstanding the well-balanced labor market, there are important upside risks to inflation. Some measures of inflation expectations have risen significantly in the past couple of months, including those coming from the Michigan survey, the Conference Board, and the Atlanta Fed survey of business expectations. For example, the measure of inflation expectations 1 year in the future from the University of Michigan survey of consumers rose 3.3% in December to 4.3% in January, while the expectations in the next 5 to 10 years also rose over the same period from 3.2% to 3.5%. There is also considerable uncertainty about the possible inflationary effects of new policies and policy proposals. With all these factors in mind, I strongly supported the FOMC's decision at our January meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate between 4.25% to 4.5%. Given these increases in inflation expectations and lack of progress towards our 2% target in these key inflation categories that I mentioned, it could be appropriate to continue holding the policy rate at its current level for some time. Going forward, I will continue to closely monitor the effects of policies on the economy, and I will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and any changes in the balance of risks. Let me now take a step back. To understand the recent experience of a resilient and balanced U.S. labor market, it is helpful to look outward and consider how labor markets behaved around the world after the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic and its significant effects on employment. In the remainder of my remarks, I will discuss similarities, but also differences in labor market recoveries in different economies, with a special emphasis on the possible factors that help the U.S. achieve a rebalancing of its labor market together with rapid disinflation, but that also highlight the potential for changes in these trends moving forward. The worldwide pandemic disrupted the global economy and immediately caused high levels of unemployment and other forms of slackness in labor markets. While the timing and extent of job losses and recovery from the pandemic varied widely across advanced and emerging economies, there were some commonalities nonetheless. By the spring of 2021, lower skilled and younger workers had been hit harder than any other groups, with larger increases in unemployment rates and larger declines also in labor force participation. Across different countries, on the other hand, there was considerable variation in labor market policies enacted in response to the pandemic disruptions. For example, while the US pursued, among other initiatives, its usual approach of extended unemployment benefits to displaced workers, supplemented with unprecedented extra benefits to individuals, Australia and several European countries used short-term subsidies to employers to keep workers in their jobs. After accounting for these policy variations, which were in some cases rooted in long-standing differences in how different governments tried to stabilize employment, academic research has also found significant variation in the reasons why people were not working during the acute phase of the pandemic. For instance, researchers found that in the US, a greater share of the unemployed had lost their jobs recently, while in Europe and Australia, it was more common for people to be absent from work. And in South Korea, a larger share of those not working actually dropped out of the labor force. The decrease in labor supply around the world also affected different types of workers differently in different countries. Net immigration fell in North America and Europe, as you well know. In the US and the UK, people retired at greater rates than had been experienced before the pandemic. In the US, many workers caring for the elderly or ill relatives or children out of school left their jobs and the labor force, or even reduced their hours while they were working. In one study that looked at the US, Canada, and 4 European countries, the declines in employment and hours worked were particularly large among women, with this gender gap being at least partially explained by childcare needs. While this difference between men and women was significant in the US for both employment as well as hours, in other countries, such as Germany, it only generated a gender gap in hours worked, probably because Germany's policies were aimed at keeping workers in their jobs and minimizing dislocation. Across the world, the number of younger workers neither in school nor in the labor force also rose, with large increases in North America relative to Western Europe. For example, the 3.5 percentage point increase in the US from 2019 to 2020 compared to the 1.1 point rise in Portugal during this same time period. While there were large declines in the number of people working in the US, there was a larger decrease in labor force in the Euro area relative to the US because of the substantial decline in total hours worked in Europe, which was at least partially due to these retention and work-sharing programs held during the pandemic. As restrictions to contain the spread of COVID-19 were eased and economies reopened, there were large imbalances between labor supply and labor demand. Labor demand surged, but labor supply continued to be hampered by many lingering factors, including illness, voluntary social distancing, early retirements, and still very low levels of net immigration. As economies reopened, the imbalance between supply and demand was amplified by consumers who had been prevented from spending on many in-person services, abruptly switching their spending from goods to services. This substitution induced a large increase in the demand for workers in the services sector, leading to acute labor shortages in some industries. The labor shortage throughout the economy was reflected in low employment to population ratios and labor force participation rates for many advanced economies. Tighter labor markets lowered unemployment, and boosted wage growth in many economies in the second half of 2020, and by the end of 2021, vacancy and quit rates were really high. While this tightness in labor markets was in evidence in both sides of the Atlantic, it was more acute in the US, where we actually saw the vacancy to unemployment, or VU ratio, reach a historic peak of 2. That means 2 vacancies per every person unemployed in early 2022, which was a 2/3 increase relative to the 2019 levels. In the euro area, where the VU ratio has traditionally been much lower, Federal Reserve staff estimate that it also reached a historic high of 0.45 in the second quarter of 2022, more than 50% higher than its 2019 level. To understand the cross-country differences in the rebalancing from tight to looser labor markets, I want to highlight 3 important factors that contributed to the cross-country performance of labor markets over the past few years. First, the increase in labor force participation, in particular for prime-age workers. Second, the increase in labor productivity. And third, an increase in net immigration, and also the absorption of these immigrants into labor markets. Let's start with labor force participation. In the US, after participation by prime-age workers fell early in the pandemic, its recovery was quite strong until last year, and it reached levels not seen since the late 1990s. A notable contributor to this recovery was the labor force participation of prime-age women, which reached historic highs last year, likely due to additional help in childcare responsibilities and flexible work arrangements. While prime-age worker participation recovered, the labor force participation rate for all workers has remained stubbornly below its pre-pandemic level in the US and other advanced economies. In the case of the US, unusually high rate of retirements during the 2021 to 22 period played an important role, a phenomenon driven, among other factors, by increases in wealth, as well in the stock market and rising home prices. Of course, another factor, as you well know, driving the drag in US participation has been the aging of the population and the expected ongoing retirement of the baby boomers. By contrast, the euro area saw labor force participation rates surpass their pre-pandemic levels by early 2022, as policies in these countries promoted job retention. Moreover, because far fewer Europeans continue to work after the age of 65, the participation rate of older workers did just not fall as much during the pandemic period as it did in the US. Differences in labor market policies likely contribute to some of these differences in the recovery paths of labor force participation rates across advanced economies. In the US, estimates show that unemployed workers leave the labor force at a rate about 10 times higher than that of employed workers. After leaving the labor force, a typical worker then remains there for a significant period of time and may never look for work again. Thus, one might expect that labor market policies that have different effects on the severity of spikes in unemployment would also affect labor force participation differently. As many European countries that face lower increases in unemployment also face lower decreases in the labor force participation rates, it seems that unemployment spells during the COVID-19-driven downturn might have contributed to exits from the labor force. So to the extent that the emphasis on job retention in Europe helped limit such exits, this policy choice may have helped explain the higher rates of labor force participation in terms of employment in the euro area relative to the US. The second factor, I want to highlight that boosted labor supply during the economic recovery from the pandemic is productivity growth, which in a way acts like an increase in labor supply as it increases the output that each worker can produce. It seems likely that US labor market policies help to spur the higher rates of productivity growth in the US relative to the euro area. On the one hand, worker retention policies in Europe preserve the human capital of firm worker-specific relationships. These relationships are quite valuable, especially when job-finding rates are low and workers may spend longer times being unemployed. Indeed, euro area businesses have been reluctant to let workers go, and indicators of labor hoarding are higher than their pre-pandemic levels. One consequence of this hoarding is that hours per worker remain below the pre-pandemic levels, pointing to a lower output per worker in Europe. On the other hand, in economies such as the US that have relatively higher job-finding rates, UI promotes the flow of workers to more productive sectors of the economy and results in less hoarding. Research by Federal Reserve staff shows more sectoral reallocation of workers in the US compared to the euro area. As I showed in a speech in October at the ECB, this pattern is very likely a major reason why productivity growth has been higher in the US relative to other advanced economies. US labor market policies that rely more heavily on UI may have contributed to this as well, honestly, to higher productivity growth in the US and to the recovery from the effects of the pandemic, but better matching the skills of individuals with jobs that make the best use of those skills. Research finds that longer duration of UI allows workers to search for longer and find better job matches, even within the same industry. That is the conclusion of research that I conducted with academic colleagues before I joined the Federal Reserve Board, and it can also be applied to the pandemic years because of the extended UI that individuals received during this period as well. These larger benefits may have improved the efficiency of the US labor market by also freeing up jobs that UI recipients would have taken, but that would not have been as good a fit for them. These openings may have allowed other non-UI recipients to also match with better employers, given their qualifications, and may have improved labor market efficiency. Consistent with this idea, US workers switch jobs at higher rates than in past recoveries, as reflected, as you remember, by the very high quit rates. It seems very likely that the emphasis on UI in the US relative to its European peers in the recent downturn contributed to higher productivity rates through better job matching. The third factor that may have boosted labor supply since the pandemic was increased immigration in a number of countries. While immigration flows into some European countries were comparable in proportion to those in the US in 2022 and 2023, new immigrants often integrate more quickly into the labor force in the US relative to the European countries, possibly because of higher flexibility of US labor markets. More broadly, because immigrants often have different backgrounds, cultures, and experiences, they bring a diverse set of skills to the labor market, which also leads to better matches between firms and workers, and hence a more efficient labor supply, a theory that is actually supported by recent research. For these reasons, immigrants probably boosted the US labor supply compared with other countries. I have had a lot to say about labor supply across countries, but labor demand has also been a major factor in rebalancing labor markets. Central banks responded to the worldwide surge of inflation starting in 21 with the most synchronized tightening of monetary policy since 1970. Restrictive policy worked, and by 2022, labor demand began to soften, and vacancy rates decreased across advanced economies, including the US. We also saw hiring rates and quit rates trend down in the US. The better balance between labor demand and labor supply has been seen, in fact, in lower VU ratios across many advanced economies. As I mentioned before, in the US, this ratio went from the all-time high of 2 in early 2022 to 1.1 in January, the last date for which we have data, and which is currently below the average observed in 2019, just before the pandemic. So almost 1-for-1, one vacancy per one worker. The rebalancing of the labor market is also evident in the moderation in wage growth since 2021, a big factor in the significant progress towards the FOMC's 2% inflation target. However, because different countries experienced different cumulative increases in their consumer prices in the recent episode of high inflation, wage growth has been catching up with inflation at different rates across countries as workers aim to recover real income losses that they have seen. I should mention some other differences in the structure of labor markets that could also explain differences in wage growth. A larger share of workers in Europe negotiate wages through labor unions. The euro area experienced a large energy shock, as you well remember, after Russia's attack on Ukraine, which led to union-driven wage negotiations aiming to recoup real income losses and more persistent wage growth in the euro area than in the US. Putting welfare and humanitarian aspects aside, which are of course quite important, the fact that many immigrants do not enter the labor force in the euro area when they first arrive, because among other reasons, they get support from government programs, also likely impedes the downward pressure from immigration on wage growth. Moreover, those immigrants who do enter the euro area labor force may enter the pool of unionized workers and not bargain unilaterally for their wages, thus not putting downward pressure on wage growth. Additionally, higher productivity growth will allow wage growth to settle at higher levels without adding inflationary pressures to our economies. And with productivity growth in the US running at a faster pace than in Europe, US wage growth may end up settling at a higher level. Thus, I see the pace of US wage growth as being consistent with our 2% inflation target once we account for catch-up effects and productivity growth. As with some other parts of the world, I see the US labor market as having substantially rebalanced, and conditions have stabilized at a level that I believe is close to the FOMC's goal of maximum employment. Still, I am closely monitoring any signs of changes in the labor market so we can keep in the good place that it is in now, while bringing down at the same time inflation to our 2% target. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech.
Thank
Please
you.
join me. We'll
Thank you,
have
Silvia.
a little bit of a chat. Before we start, let me say hi to our audience. I'm Sylvia, and it's great to see you all here today, and of course, our online audience as well. I'll be asking a few questions to Governor Kugler, but I will be opening the floor to questions if any of you in the room would also like to pose a question, so I'll come back to you later. Governor Kugler, what an exciting day to be speaking with you. non-farm payroll day. It's always a very exciting one for CNBC, I have to say. We're always a little bit guessing before we get the number, what the numbers are actually going to be. Today we saw it at 151,000 jobs created in the month of Feb. You said that's basically in line, in average, with the numbers we have seen in recent months. But the markets are not looking at it in the same way. The Dow was dropping 300 points last time I checked. Just explain to us why you're not concerned about this latest data.
Yeah, that's definitely a great question, right? It's a bit of a puzzle because, as you said, we got 151,000 jobs. Last month in January, we got 143,000, right? And if you compare for the last 9 months, the number is 160,000 on average. For the last 6 months, it's a little higher. It's 177,000. So not too far off. And interestingly, there were a number of things that could have affected that number, including some weather-related issues. So when you take account of that, right, usually what happens is in 1 month, that pulls the number down, but then the next month, you expect that number to come up, right? So even the wildfires in California, which happened in December and went into January, right? They may still push up the number a little bit later, right? The same now with other weather-related issues. There were a lot of storms, winter storms in the US in January and February. So you saw that in January already. In February, you see it as well. So it could just pull up again, right? So that could explain part of it. The other part that we saw was a little bit of a decline due to the decline in government jobs. But interestingly, they were not necessarily federal government jobs. So the reference week happened before all those layoffs actually took place. So that's not capturing that. But once again, you know, there's some atypical categories, postal workers, some that are fairly volatile, so you could expect that potentially to go up again. So from that side, I'm not overly concerned. 150 is a solid number. I was at the Department of Labor during the Great Recession, and I remember getting numbers that were a lot lower, right? Under 100, closer to 0 than to 100, right? So, I mean, 150 is a decent number. And it's expected right now to be above the break-even level even. Because, again, immigration has come down, so the break-even level should be somewhere around there, probably below that. So it's still, I think, a solid number. Now, you may say, well, maybe the markets reacted to the fact that there was an uptick in the unemployment rate from 4% to 4.1%. Again, if you had asked me, and this is why we cut rates in the second half of 2024, are we worried about the increases in unemployment that we were seeing? At that point, we had seen an increase of almost 1 percentage point from April of 23 through the summer of 2024. So yes, we were worried because we saw a gradual but yet a steady increase of almost 1 percentage point. Now, for 8 months now, the unemployment rate has actually hovered, as I said in my speech, right, between these 4 and 4.2%. So an uptick to 4.1%, am I really worried about it? Maybe not, right? It's stabilized. So there could be some things, again, the same thing with, and I mentioned wage growth. Wage growth went up a little bit from 3.9% to 4%. But in my view, given productivity growth at 1.8%, 2% in the US, that's roughly consistent with wage growth that is not putting inflationary pressures, which is something that we've been following closely because that can have very big impacts on services inflation, especially services ex housing. And so the fact that we have had this wage moderation has really helped us to bring down services inflation. So I see it as fairly reflecting again more of the same stability that we have been. Now, having said that, as I just said at the end of my speech, I'm one of those people who's watching very, very closely any sudden changes, right? Any sudden changes on layoffs, for example.
So that's where I was going to go next, because you've highlighted there that we haven't yet seen a huge impact on the numbers from the fact that there's fewer federal government workers. But do you expect that to come in the next print? Could the next print be worse than the one that we got today, basically?
It could. I mean, look, federal government workers account for about 2% of the entire labor force. Now, there are additional impacts that could come because of contracts, right? Those private sector contractors that are not receiving payments from those federal agencies. I mean, there could be other impacts. We don't know exactly, and I wouldn't expect it to show up suddenly in 1 month. I would expect it to take some time if it does occur in the way that it's been portrayed.
The next question I have for you is on the overall economic outlook, because I have been speaking to a lot of analysts who are seriously concerned about the outlook for the US economy. I would like to understand whether in the Fed there's been a shift also in terms of potential concern. Are you now more focused perhaps on the lack of economic growth rather than inflation?
No, I mean, you heard me in my speech very clearly. I'm actually quite concerned about some of the persistence in inflation that we have been seeing. In fact, I see some of these categories not helping us, like goods inflation, which is now positive. It's typically been negative, and it had been negative for quite some time, really helping us to bring the average inflation down altogether, right? To counteract housing inflation and to counteract services inflation. And then the other thing that I mentioned is that we have seen a bit of an increase in inflation expectations. And I'm one of those people, like I'm sure many of my other colleagues sitting here in the audience who are central bankers too, who really pays a lot of attention to inflation expectations. Because inflation expectations affect the behavior of businesses in setting prices, it affects the behavior of workers in bargaining for wages and negotiating for wages, right? So this feeds back into inflation. So we have been, and I have been one of those who has supported strongly any policy that really keeps inflation expectations well anchored. And I think that's critical, and it has served as well. I think some of that decline in unemployment, in inflation that we have seen recently is probably likely happening through inflation expectations and by keeping inflation expectations well anchored. So I think that that's a channel that really matters. Now, as I mentioned in the speech, right, there is the Michigan survey of consumer sentiment, but they also measure inflation expectations. The conference board that also measures inflation expectation, which also shows an increase of about 1 percentage point increase in short-run inflation expectations. The Atlanta Fed Business Expectation Survey shows a decrease from 3% to 3.3%. So that's also atypical for what we have seen recently. And then lastly, there's these measures I mentioned before from the ISM survey, manufacturing survey, that asks businesses, well, how do you see prices 6 months from now? And once again, the share of firms saying that they expect an increase in prices 6 months from now also indicates that there may be a change in inflation expectations moving forward. So all of those things I'm watching very closely at because they could potentially feed back into prices, into inflation, and I definitely believe that we need to pay a lot of attention to keeping inflation expectations well anchored.
From what you just said, I understand why you're suggesting that the next meeting, the Fed should pause, continue on this pause. But the markets are actually now expecting even more rate cuts this year after the data we obtained today. Do you think their expectations are mispriced?
So I think, there is reason to believe potentially that there could be price increases and more persistent inflation, but potentially also price increases because some of the policies that maybe are being considered and some that have already been put into place. And that could also have an impact on economic activity. Mm-hmm. So the question is, which one is going to happen first?
Yeah.
Right? Is it the effect on prices or is it the effect on quantities? And usually we know that the effect on prices is faster and happens more quickly than the effect on quantities. So I don't think that's what they're seeing, but I think first things first, we need to probably take account of some of this persistence that I mentioned because of different categories of prices, because of inflation expectations, and potentially because some of the new policies that are ahead of us.
Speaking of new policies, the Fed has been very clear. I've always found the message very clear around tariffs. We don't know what they're going to look like, hence we don't know what the economic impact is going to be. But now some tariffs have been applied. They are already in place. So from what you have thus far, what is the economic impact that you are already witnessing from the measures that are in place right now, Governor?
So you're right that some of the policies are in place. There's considerably, I would say, a high level of uncertainty behind these tariffs because we see a lot of changes even from day to day, right? Mm-hmm. So what do we know? We have a 20% increase in tariffs for China. Mm-hmm. That seems to be staying. We also know that China responded by imposing tariffs of 10 to 15% on US goods. Yeah. So that is happening. What else do we know? We know that a few days ago, on Tuesday, March 4th, right, tariffs were announced on Canada and Mexico. Yeah. And then we saw some reversals, even the day after and the following day. So we saw that autos were excluded. We had been told that energy, instead of facing 25% tariffs, was going to face 10% tariffs. And then the latest is we saw also that any goods under USMCA, under the USMCA agreement, would be at least delayed until April 2nd. Now, just because it's delayed doesn't mean that they're not going to be imposed, right? Yeah. That's about maybe 50% of all goods. So considering all that's, let's say, the picture that we already have. On March 12th, it has been said that there's going to be tariffs of 25% on steel and aluminum. And those are intermediate goods, which are used for autos, which are used for transportation, which are used for packaging, almost for any other sector, right? They affect logistics, they affect packaging for many other sectors. So that could have more prolonged effects and a longer duration of the effect of tariffs. So you're right that we know something now. Now, do we know the duration of these tariffs? Are they going to stick? Are they going to disappear, right? Yeah. We're not quite sure. Do we know the responses, again, from Mexico and Canada? Not quite yet, right? Do we know how many intermediate goods versus final goods are going to be included? March 12th, the tariffs on steel and aluminum may be decided to be lower or taken back or applied only to, and then April 2nd, we have the reciprocal tariffs, which are even harder to figure out because we don't know if they're going to be applied on countries, if they're going to apply on products, if they're going to be applied across the board. So there is still, I would say, considerable uncertainty. Now, given that, and I'm sure you have seen this, there are a number of analyses by private sector analysts that have a wide range of impacts and of effective tariffs. I would say I fall somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
I think now we're starting to have more clarity about which countries and which goods are going to be affected, including some of these intermediate goods, and the fact that there could be effects on prices, but as you said, potentially also on growth. So have we started to see it? Not so clearly yet, but I mentioned in my speech, for example, these measures from the Institute of Supply Management, the prices on purchased goods, that shows that there is already some impact on prices, right? And a lot of what they say in those surveys is that they may be linked to steel, to aluminum, to copper, to things that they think are going to be receiving further tariffs down the road. So that's the second effect that we have started to see a little bit. It's a front loading. There has been a little bit of evidence also from loading from the ISM in terms of deliveries, right, of goods purchased, and also from net export data for the US, we have seen increased imports of goods and capital equipment in January that jumped, indicating that maybe businesses are starting to get ready for what will come down the road, which is potentially increases in prices for them. And so they're front loading and starting to act. And that would have primarily initially an effect on prices. So that's why I'm saying, right, I think first things first, we need to worry potentially about the impact on prices. And then we would need to see what happens with economic activity as well.
I just have one final question before I open the floor to questions, which is therefore, for the time being, worse for the Fed to some extent to do its job, the uncertainty around what's happening with these tariffs? You know, one day we have an announcement, following day we might have another one, rather than the economic impact itself just yet. Is the uncertainty the worst bit for you?
I think uncertainty is just generally difficult for the economy as a whole, for households, for businesses. And I think that's, in some cases, generating impacts on lack of investment, lack of spending. So it has that impact on the other side, the economic activity side, right? Because people are holding back because they don't really know what's going to happen next. And that's what you're seeing in the yields too, right? That decline, which is maybe a slower expected future growth. And so that's part of the story. But I think for sure, you know, it's not just for us, the Fed, it's for the economy as a whole. That uncertainty can actually really slow down some of the economic activity. And that's what we're starting to hear. So we look at the Beige Book, we have many contacts and people that we talk to around the country. And that's what they're starting to express, a bit of concern with the uncertainty surrounding some of the policies.
It's interesting how, you know, central banks have different policies, but at this stage, there's one word that I hear from all of them, and that's uncertainty. I just would like to check if there's anyone in the room that would like to pose a question to Governor Kugler. If that's the case, please raise your hand. Because, we have one question at the back and one here at the front. We'll take two in a row.
Dear Governor, thank you very much. Recently, you spoke about the new perspective of Phillips curve, and you said that the untangling of supply chain contributed to the decline of the inflation, and this helped so much in such a way that the employment rate did not fall so much. Now, how the central bank can look, what measures the central bank can have or to ease the supply chain that can help to contribute to the decline of inflation?
And if I may get the second one here at the front. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, and in the interesting and very well documented comparison you made between the US and the Euro area, on the performance of the labor market, etc., and the relation with monetary policy. There was one element that I think perhaps you did not discuss so openly, but that might explain some of these differences as well in the recent behavior of the labor market in the US especially, and in Europe, which has to do with the fiscal policy differences. Do you see like second-order effects of this more expansionary policy in the US taking also an important role here or not? I'd like to hear you on this.
Governor Kugler, I'll let you answer the two questions as you wish.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So thank you so much for referencing my speech, my Whittington lecture at Georgetown University from just last month. And you're right, I did emphasize the impact of the tightness of labor markets and also supply chain disruptions and the unleashing of those disruptions, right? The kind of resolution of those disruptions as one of the reasons why we have been able to bring down also the inflation rate in the past couple of years. So to your question, we, as you well know, we central bankers have very blunt instruments. We cannot be very subtle. We cannot address specific things like supply chains. We wish we could. So that's not something we do. We have benefited from that, but I also think that our actions have mattered, right? We have been helped by having those supply chain disruptions being resolved and having some positive supply shocks, including, again, the resolution of tight labor markets. But that has allowed us to bring inflation down while not increasing unemployment too much, being able to keep unemployment at still historically low levels. So to your question, you're so right. We get affected also by fiscal policy, right? We don't comment on fiscal policy because that's not our place. The same with tariffs. I don't comment on tariffs whether they're good or bad. I'm just thinking about how they affect our mandate, how they affect the employment side of the mandate and the stable prices side of the mandate. And one of the things that fiscal policy did during the past few years in the US was to try to resolve precisely supply chain disruptions. Again, not something that we as central bankers can do, but there was the CHIPS Act, or there were right, the infrastructure bill, which allows for logistics to get resolved, right? Some of those measures, so fiscal measures, possibly help to resolve some of the supply chain disruptions. Now, obviously, as is standard, this means there's also more spending, and that can also have the effect of increased demand and pushing up prices, and certainly something that we looked at as well during that time period. So it's true. I did not mention it very much because it's kind of, one of the factors that affect us and one of the many policies that affect us, but it's not what we have control over.
That's right. Governor Kugler, this has been lovely.
Thank you.
How about we ask a few more people to join us on stage for more discussions? Let me please ask to join us on stage the Governor of the Bank of Portugal, Mário Centeno, our host this afternoon, Martin Kazaks, the Governor of the Bank of Latvia this afternoon as well, Ricardo Lago, economist, financial analyst, and lecturer at the Miami Herbert Business School, and Diogo Guilherme, Deputy Governor of the Bank of the Brazilian Central Bank, I should say. Now it feels like we have a room a little bit more, full at least. A full house, indeed. I have to say, this is a very interesting way to spend my Friday evening, talking about monetary policy, so I hope everyone in the room agrees with me. And I'll start with our host, Governor Centeno. Wow. Yesterday, we were watching what the ECB was saying, of course, another moment of decreasing interest rates. And actually, for those who didn't watch this, I had the chance to speak to Mário Centeno earlier this morning on CNBC, and You told me that you are very worried about the Eurozone economy. What I would like to understand, that I didn't have the time to ask on live TV, was what is the biggest concern for you right now? Because President Lagarde was also talking about, a lot of uncertainty right now, but you said you are very worried. I wanted to understand why you're so worried.
Well, let me elaborate a bit on the very.
Yeah.
Sometimes we use very too much, but
you used very, so that's why I'm picking up on
very
it.
Very good. So, very, what does it mean? It's when you look at the European economy, we see two quite different realities. You look at output, and the output is really not picking up. You know why this is, because, in my view, mostly because investment is really lagging behind. We do understand that this is part of the sacrifice that my colleague Martins was referring to, because monetary policy is intended precisely to slow down the economy via demand, and in the case of Europe, this is showing extremely clearly in the investment side.
Right.
Not as much in consumption, and why is that? Because the labor market is really supporting the social fabric and economic of Europe. And what worries me is for how long this can be sustained.
Okay.
That's why in my intervention I asked researchers to look at productivity, and Adriana referred to several ways how we can compare productivity in Europe and in the US. But investment is very strong in the US as well, but not in Europe. So we need to really turn this around. Of course, and we also said yesterday, we are doing our job, which is price stability, and financing conditions have been eased quite substantially from the peak of interest rates. That's good. That's what it has to happen right now. So we are all in this momentum in which we expect the dynamics of the labor market, because we also had lots of mobility in Europe, churning. The vacancies are today much lower than they used to be. That's not good in terms of the situation of the labor market, but still we have a positive impact from the labor market side. And we need all this to be put together and bridge all these dimensions of the economy to see something happening soon in the economy. But this is the 6th time we revised down our forecast for GDP, 6th time in a row, mainly because of investment, this time also because of exports, but that's understandable given the deceleration of global growth ahead of us. And that's the big question mark, and that's why it worries me. If I had an answer, I'll be less worried, believe me.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think all of you have very, very tough jobs, particularly right now. So let me turn to you, Governor Kazaks. And I would like to understand the other side, perhaps, of this equation when thinking about ECB monetary policy. Perhaps you can comment on what Governor Centeno just said, but more broadly, what do you think? Yeah, this is a safe space.
On TV. Oh, of course.
Yeah, we have to forget that there are cameras and they're watching us. Do you disagree at all?
I think Mario puts across quite a lot of very important arguments here. But let me add a bit. on the overall environment. I think a couple of things are very clear. Disinflation has been happening and still is ongoing. Within the baseline scenario, we, I believe, still are, okay? And the monetary policy support through reducing the restrictiveness of monetary policy has been very sizable, 150 basis points. But we also have to take into account that parts of the tightening are still working through the economy.
Right.
Because we just stopped tightening in September 23. Okay? So, for instance, mortgage loans get repriced, and they are repriced not at the peak rates, but still at significantly higher rates than they were 3 years ago or so. So there is still some pipeline in action. And the easing, is only since the last June, so that is, working against it, and also it takes time to feed through. But I would stress more of other elements. And these are shocks that are coming from outside of monetary policy and standard macro storyline. And one of that, of course, is geopolitical shifts that already Governor Kula very eloquently discussed in terms of what happens with tariffs, what happens with response to the introduction of tariffs, and all these kind of things. So it can go either way. It's very uncertain. If we take a look at, for instance, this same for Latvia, where I come from, of course, Ukraine is very close, and that affects confidence very much. And of course, we all want the war to end and peace to resume, but it's very important to see how this will happen. Is this going to be a permanent peace with confidence improved, with more consumption and more investment, or this is going to be a ceasefire with very uncertain outcome? Then it may weigh down on confidence. So in short, also the fiscal response to this geopolitical shift, for instance, German policy decision, politicians' decision to push for more defense, and on European level the same. I think, of course, this is all very necessary, but we don't know how is this going to play out, how much of this is going to be fixed through structural things that will improve or increase the demand side and outcome in terms of growth, or how much of this will spill over into price increases. So it's like a layer cake. There is no one shock that hits you and then it works through the system and everybody knows what's going on. There is one shock on the top of the other, and those supply and demand shocks may turn into different types of shocks. So uncertainty is still there. So I agree with what Mario has been saying in terms of, tightness of monetary policy, but at the same time, uncertainty is still there. Taking the decisions step by step from meeting to meeting is the best approach. But again, let me come back to the one of the points that I mentioned in my earlier intervention. It's very much structural. Monetary policy can only do that much.
Of course.
We need structural policies to fix productivity growth, to fix all the other elements that would help to resolve this inflation problem, but also at the end of the day, boost income levels, boost well-being of our societies. So lower rates will not resolve our structural problems. Let's take a look at investment activity in Europe with negative rates. We didn't see massive increase in investment activity. We didn't see massive growth in productivity. Monetary policy is only one of the elements. I'm waiting for policymakers in other policies areas to really work on this same banking union, capital markets union, reducing the national borders within European space that will help and ease monetary policy decision making. Thank you.
Before I move on, I just would like to clarify something with you, because that was also a point we discussed this morning. Talking about geopolitical changes, talking about the impact that politicians have on, monetary policy, we did get an approval yesterday from the 27 members of state on more defense spending. Do you think this new round of defense spending is good or bad news for monetary policy?
We'll see.
Okay.
It's good news for me as a European citizen because we should be able to defend ourselves. And the world has changed. And the future is different from what it used to be, as Ricardo very eloquently stated earlier. We'll see how the structural things are fixed.
Right.
What comes along with this increase in spending, when the spending comes in. But Europe should be able to defend itself, and Europe should get its act together. And with all this short-term volatility, if this gets fixed, then long-term outlook is much more stable.
The only reason why I asked it was because we did see government bond yields rising this week.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Of course, this is big news, and
Right.
this to large extent is a very massive shock to the economic system. But I think this is a good shock
Right.
if it's managed well.
Okay. I just want to say that I'm first establishing where we are in monetary policy right now before I go on into labor market and new labor market trends. Governor Kugler, I would like to get the Fed positioning here because, from a European perspective, looking at the ECB and the Fed right now, it seems that the ECB, to some extent, has gotten a little bit more control of the inflationary pressures compared to the Fed. I'd like you to address perhaps that point, how you view the different positions right now between the Fed and the ECB.
Yeah, that's a good point. There have been different dynamics.
The shocks were different, I'm aware.
Yes,
but
let's also account for some of the progress, because just like my colleague here has said, there has been progress and there continues to be progress. I feel that there has been some real progress, right? Headline inflation came from 7.2%, it's now 2.5%, and core inflation it's half basically, from 5.6%, it's now 2.6%. So there has been some real progress. Now, you're right that if we look at different components, right, there has been more progress in some ends than others. One of them has been this progress that we have definitely seen in terms of services, ex-housing, inflation. And as I explained, we had much tighter labor markets and higher real wage growth during that time period. And that's good for households, but definitely it was causing us a bit of a headache in terms of services inflation and being able to bring down services inflation, since services labor costs for services is 60 to 80% of total cost. So that's a major part of their cost. So if you don't get that under control, then it's very hard to bring down prices. So that's happening, right? We have a rebalancing, we have wage growth definitely coming down, and services inflation has made progress. One area that has been very difficult for us, and that's different from Europe, is housing inflation. So housing inflation has been very stubborn, and it's been very stubborn because we don't have these short-term mortgages that you all have, except for maybe Germany and a couple of other countries, but we have these 30-year mortgages. And that means that we were basically affecting both sides of the housing market. We were reducing demand for housing, but also we were reducing supply because there was this lock-in effect and people were sitting in their existing houses and not putting them on the market. So that meant that we were having a really hard time making progress. Plus the way we measure it is very lagged, and the way contracts go are usually 1-year leases. So there's kind of this second round inflation that happens in the housing market. But again, we are finally seeing some good progress on that end, and I'm hopeful on that end as well. On goods inflation, we had made lots of progress, and in part because of these supply chain disruptions being resolved and other issues that helped us on the supply side. So on that end, we had made a lot of progress, but that has retraced just a little bit for the time being, and so we're paying attention to that as well. So I would say we have made some real progress, but we want to definitely get the inflation rate to 2%, our target, and we're all committed to that, and that's why we want to keep definitely rates a little higher for a little longer, just because we know that we are not there yet, and that is why. But it doesn't mean we haven't made progress. We definitely have.
We've talked about a cut, we've talked about a pause. I want to perhaps talk about hikes now. Deputy Governor, the situation in Brazil is completely different. Perhaps could you explain to us what do you think is the biggest economic pressure for you right now?
Right. I mean, I think to start off and understand, so in December, we had a 100 basis point hike, and we signaled 2 more in the following 2 meetings. So that was a forceful decision that we did, and why we embarked in the hiking cycle, and why we did such move. And I think looking back the last year, you had first a big surprise on growth coming from demand. So looking back, like January last year, growth was expected to be around 1.5, something like that, and in the end it came above 3%. Same goes for unemployment, same goes for wages. I mean, the fact that there were pressures on growth demand everywhere. Our view was that there were some things supporting consumption growth. One of them was social benefits. So you had a stimulus coming from fiscal. It could be that the same amount of fiscal stimulus is now impacting more growth, or that there is more fiscal stimulus, but in the end it's impacting growth more than expected. The second one was the labor market surprising, both on volumes and prices, like wages and quantities surprising. And the third one was credit. So credit also surprised, comparing like what was expected to be credit growth in the beginning of the year and end of the year. You saw was the inflation expectations, the de-anchoring of inflation expectations, referring here not only to short-term inflation expectations, but up to 2028, we saw de-anchoring of inflation expectations. And as we were discussing, it's super relevant for monetary policy to act when you have inflation expectations moving. So with all that, I mean, it came pretty clear that we had to move.
I would like to understand from a Brazilian perspective whether the uncertainty around what the Fed might do is making also the outlook harder for you in order to figure out what should be the next move.
I agree with what all of us have been talking, that you have an increase in uncertainty in the scenario. And that's relevant for all of us. Each country, each sector will depend if tariffs will be implemented, so it's hard to say what's going to be the final impact of such uncertainty. I think there is a bit of uncertainty, but there is also a bit of, a view that the scenario is more adverse. So our own communication, for instance, in December, was that, for instance, there was some uncertainty that was already resolved, and we saw it as adverse for inflation, meaning a depreciation of the currency, these things. So when you have more uncertainty, you can offer less guidance, obviously. You have to act, as you guys were talking about in Europe, meeting by meeting and so on. But there's also a view of how much of it is uncertainty, how much of it is a more adverse inflationary scenario for other countries.
So I'll come back now to you, Professor Lago. I'd like to understand whether you think that there's actually a common thread within these three central banks that we just mentioned. Because they seem to be, in a different economic position. That's why I'm trying to understand whether there's something in common.
think, I don't disagree with any of the points made, but I think, as the governor from Brazil was saying, we are in a situation of extreme uncertainty, and I show in my presentations this chart of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis of economic policy uncertainty in the world and in the United States. It's not published by the Federal Reserve, it's three professors, but the fact that it's there is that they assign to it some validity. And the main issue is that we are in a situation of regime change. We had 80 years of rules-based multilateral trade, of deterrence between the blocs. There was the Soviet Union, NATO, and relative certainty in the free market liberal democracies. So there were rules of the game. And now we are in a regime change of basically no rules.
Yeah.
I mean, the WTO is inoperative. The appellate body of 7 judges has been vacant for 8 years. The United States, Mexico, Canada trade deal was negotiated by President Trump in the first, it was signed by him. But now it's unclear whether the US is going to abide by it. So, reaching new agreements leads you nowhere if you're not complying with the agreements. So the way I see it, prices are the driver of resource allocation.
Yeah.
If the relative prices are not determined across nations and inside nations, because you have some tradables, exportables, importables, then the cash flows are not defined. And investors don't like that. So I think, and we are seeing that in the US now, that in the last quarter of last year, investment was in the negative. And in the first month of this year, consumption is in the negative. And then with all these haphazard movements and announcements and retreats from the announcements, we see the GDP now of the Atlanta Fed dropping from touching 4% to minus 2.4%, 6 points in 20 days. So this is a proof of the uncertainty we are. I'm not positive about the US economy in the short run. I think, and some financial media start saying it, might fall into a recession this year. I am less negative or less pessimistic about Europe, precisely because the moves of the German government, that Europe needs its own self-defense within NATO or without NATO, and they are changing the fiscal rules that they have in Germany. Yeah. And, Germany is a locomotive of from being an economy which was not contributed in terms of net demand, but the other way around. Now there might be a Keynesian sort of, I don't know if Mario and Martin would agree, there could be some, and that subdued situation now might change because, and I finish, because, the US stellar performance since the pandemic, read in some analysis as a, innovation, total factor productivity, and the flexibility, which is true. But, it was also basic intermediate macroeconomics, ISLM. because the pandemic stimuli was almost double what it was in Europe. I mean, it was excessive. So that was like front-loaded fiscal policy before anything had fallen down. It's front-loaded. And when this was running out, the budget deficit started to increase. So you have the Federal Reserve fighting inflation, the LM curve shifts to the left, and then the Treasury comes and increase public expenditure, so the IS shifts to the right. So you end up with a much higher interest rate, but with a GDP which is, but this is, I mean, as the bossa nova of Antonio Carlos Jobim says, you know, tristeza nautem fin, felicidade sin. This has the days counted. Yeah. And now you get what you get, a new government, nobody really knows what the direction is going to be, the noise so far is not good, and things could deteriorate in the US. I'm sure, I don't know if the governor has a comment on that, but I see that things could deteriorate. And actually, by the way, there is another issue. In the minutes of the Federal Reserve's last meeting that were published a week ago, there is this paragraph that I show in my presentation, which is the size of the asset bubble in the US. Yeah. And it says literally, staff warn on the elevated asset prices, and the risk to financial stability is notable. So this is another thing that comes on top of this. So we're not in a good situation anywhere. And I mean, I would challenge anyone to tell me a sign of something positive to base a sort of bullish anywhere.
I'm sorry, please, I'm going to have to at least say something, because you went into so many ways that I'm not going to go in all the directions where you went. But I do have to say that GDP now is one forecast of GDP, and it's in negative territory. It's been way above other times, but there are many others. So I wouldn't just pin one number and go on that. But by the way, consumption, right, has been said that it's going to slow any time by now, right? We've been saying this for almost 2 years, and it has not, right? Investment continues to be high, even in intangibles, right? Productivity growth is real. We had a revision upwards in terms of productivity growth. So these things are there. They don't just disappear overnight, right? There are wealth effects. Real wages are up, so people have a reason and the possibility to continue to consume. It has not slowed in the way that, so, you know, you have your opinions, but I certainly don't agree with everything you said there. And I think, you know, that very dark scenario that you presented is not what we're seeing in front of us. So, of course, you know, their basic supply and demand analysis that I have presented just a year ago at Stanford, in fact, at a big conference there, where I talked about being in the steep part of the supply curve and demand definitely interacting with supply. We've all done that analysis. Believe me, we understand that that is behind the increase in inflation we saw and the subsequent decrease in inflation, and the fact that we have been able to achieve this inflation without a whole lot of pain in terms of unemployment. So that's all real. That all has happened. Now, what is going to happen next? Yes, you can pick a very dark scenario, and you can pick the GDP now forecast, but there are many other forecasts too, and there are many things that are solid in the economy, including the labor market, as I said just now, including productivity growth, which continues to be real in many ways. And yes, we have uncertainty, but look, I talk to my colleagues who were there during the Great Recession, who were there during the pandemic, and they tell me, yes, this is uncertainty, but not anything out of what, out of whack with what we have seen in the past. We have seen a whole lot of uncertainty in the past couple of decades. So we're gonna have to manage it. I mean, of course, it makes our life more complicated, but that's why we have frameworks too.
Perhaps
right,
also
and we're working on that.
Perhaps also more interesting. I do want to move on, however, because we haven't, when I come back, maybe you can make that point. Because we don't have too much time left, and I want to look at what's next from a labor market perspective. And here I want to bring in the buzzword, because I want to understand how central banks are feeling about AI. And I was reading this very interesting research from the ECB, actually, suggesting that, it could actually help with productivity, a problem in the Eurozone. So when you hear, and when we're already witnessing some changes in the labor market as a result of these new labor trends, Governor Centeno, do you see a positive or a negative from the introduction of AI?
On that, I'm more on the positive side.
Okay, let's hear it.
And we have been also quite active at the Bank of Portugal to use it as a general purpose technology.
Yeah.
And I think as such, we can be positive on the impact that it will have. I will not oversell it in the sense that this is not going to be, if we don't do nothing, the big bang that will save our lives, but it obviously will be positive. And I think on that, that Europeans are also portrayed as regulating and sometimes over-regulating everything. Yeah. On that, I think we may be right on being somewhat cautious about how this spreads, because it may generate inequality. You need appropriation of information that is then counterproductive in terms of competition as well. In graduate school, we all studied models for firms to appropriate the consumer surplus in a relationship, and this amount of information that's out there and that can be very easily used with AI needs to be under control, because otherwise that can be detrimental to the overall objective and the impact of the technology. But otherwise, I am positive on that.
So let me come back to you, Governor Kazaks. I would also like to understand how you're looking at this new trend in the labor market from a perspective about the changes that it is likely to bring, because this ECB research that I was reading actually suggests that it's high-skilled workers that will be mostly impacted, i.e. the chances of losing their jobs is higher.
So you're asking whether I'll have a job in 5 years' time or something?
Probably all of us, yes, in this room. Can you imagine AI deciding a monetary policy? This is where the Europeans' version of regulating is perhaps a good one. Just to give us your thoughts on how this could impact monetary policy, because it is there, it is changing the labor market already.
It will, of course, but we don't know how.
Okay.
And there are many elements of that. One is, will it complement or substitute? Okay, what's the cost of it? You know, we thought it's going to be quite expensive, and now with DeepSeek, it seems it may not be that expensive. Okay, we've been also at the Bank of Latvia also using this instrument quite broadly, and we've been teaching the staff and improving their skills to use these technologies. And there are some good cases. But so far, it has not led to a situation that I would need to fire groups of people. Okay? They simply can do more interesting things. They can respond to the situation much quicker. We can look at much broader set of data. So it is of massive help. Okay? It will change and it already has changed the way we work in many areas. But what's going to be the impact on overall productivity? It will very much depend. There are loads of estimates out there,
Okay.
you know, starting from very insignificant single-digit numbers with, you know, tenth of percentage increases in productivity. I think we simply don't know. But we have to use the element in a way that it is helpful and supports our everyday work. But I'm here very much with what Mario said.
Okay.
And of course, I support his earlier statement of weakness of the economy and regular downgrades, okay, of growth prospects. But coming back to the element of artificial intelligence, you know, it's very important to have rules of the game.
Right.
Okay, to understand what is allowed and what is not allowed. So it's not a Wild West kind of story.
Right.
It could turn to be dangerous. Okay, but it provides lots of opportunities, and we have to use it.
But would you say it's more likely that it will actually help with price stability, or you just don't know
Well,
for now? I'm interested in the monetary policy element of it.
Well, we will, you know, we will not wait for the price. Well, from inflation report. Yeah, it's
The timing is different on the monetary policy side,
yeah,
I think.
yeah.
There's a lot of uncertainty on the timing.
Yeah, it's going to be, you know, it could be also risky because if we react to every signal and we
Right.
are able to react, you know, we might be drawn in certain areas to overreact. You know, I can't tell. I think it's simply going to make decision making much more up to date.
Okay.
But still, at the end of the day, this is very much about human beings. Okay, it's not a pharmacy. You know, central banking. It's not a pharmacy. It's not chemistry. When you do the same thing, you get the same outcome. In monetary policy, with the same ingredients, you may have somewhat different soup every and each time. So.
Hence why the ECB is also so diverse and so rich in that diversity. And go on.
One thing, just coming back, what we haven't discussed yet, the economy overall has been in euro area quite subdued. Okay? We also have seen that lending overall is quite subdued. But if we take a look at the heterogeneity, it is quite high. Now, there are economies in euro area that are quite strong in their growth. There are economies with weak growth. We also see lending, bank lending stories being very different across countries. So this is yet one element where more analysis is necessary, and most likely artificial intelligence will be helpful.
Another layer to your cake.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Deputy Governor, I would also like to get to the perspective from the Brazil, and you already, highlighted a little bit some of your thoughts. But when I think about the Brazilian economy, the agricultural sector, for instance, has so much weight on the economy. Therefore, how do you look at AI in that context? Is it from a different perspective from what the Europeans are saying, for instance?
I mean, I think the doubts and issues and questions that we have for what's going to be the impact, I think we all share. So it's uncertain. So I agree with Mario that it's positive, but it's uncertain what's going to be the magnitude and what's going to be the timing. And so it's hard to try to incorporate that into monetary policy. The cycles are different, and I actually think that we have already so many questions related to the past. So take the case of labor market, that we want to understand how much AI will have an impact on the labor market. I still have questions on how much the labor market reform that has happened have impacted the labor market. So, I mean, even things that have already been implemented, we're trying to gauge the impact. So, and that's important for monetary policy. So, I mean, I understand that it's quite relevant to think about productivity in the long run.
Yeah.
But but I think that it's so wide now to think about these things that I'm more about like what was the impact of the implementation of a reform, what's this lack of the labor market, how to bring inflation back to the target, things more concrete on the short run.
I get that. I'm just also trying to understand what some of these new trends could mean for monetary policy. And I've read some comments from you, Governor Kugla, addressing the potential implications here, but perhaps you can flesh a little bit more detail for our audience.
Absolutely. So I am very aligned with Mario. I'm a productivity optimist as well. And I think AI is potentially part of the story. I'm not going to jump ahead, but I think there's some good signs that it could help to further increase productivity. But as you mentioned, I have given speeches just on productivity and mentioning the supply shocks and how they have helped us in monetary policy making. I think two things that have helped us so far is, as I mentioned, these flexibility in labor markets and increased efficiency in matching in labor markets, but also new business formation, which has been really impressive in the US. So those two things have helped. On the AI side, I completely agree. It's likely to be like a general purpose technology, which increases the efficiency of production processes. It's likely to increase actually the productivity of people engaged in R&D, so that's likely to produce new products as well as new processes. So I agree that there's going to be some people who get displaced, some people who become more efficient as a result of AI, and yet there are going to be new tasks that are required also from AI. So in the US, where do we think we are? There is a very, very good study done by staff at the Federal Reserve that basically took 16 different surveys from government, from the private sector, from academia, and they showed that adoption is actually quite widespread in the US. It's between 20 to 40% of all employees across all companies in the US that are already exposed to AI. Now, obviously, where the rubber meets the road is this AI being used to generate new applications precisely to make those processes more efficient or not at the workplace? So that's what we don't know yet. I think there is actually potential for this to be faster than the technical change that we saw in the late 90s, early 2000s, because a lot of the investments have already been made in computers, in networks. There is obviously additional hardware buildup that is required, new data centers, but it's likely to happen more quickly just because many of the investments are already there. So the key is going to be, are there applications that are really worthwhile, that move the needle in different sectors and allow those processes to be more efficient? But I think generally I tend to think that there is something there, and that together again with new business formation, but also the increased efficiency in labor markets is one of the aspects that maybe has contributed in the US to the TFP growth, the productivity growth that we have seen.
I'm enjoying how positive we are. Yeah, go on. And then I'll come back to you, Professor Lago.
If I can chip in a bit.
Always.
I think Europe should not miss this opportunity. Okay? We kind of fell asleep a bit in terms of digitalization. Okay? And the US run ahead of us in many areas. And we should be now much quicker to catch up. But in terms of artificial intelligence being as a general purpose technology, the skills, the ability to use it is going to be one way that will determine how the labor market will react. And unfortunately, it did not happen in Latvia yet, but there is an interesting case happening in Estonia, where they put artificial intelligence training as part of the high school curriculum. Okay, so that is again one way to prepare the labor market for how to use this. And yes, there should be rules of the game, but we should be able to use the skills and the instruments that come along with it. And
problem I would
let's just do it.
The problem that I would say is that the US is very attractive. We have a lot of talent in Europe, but then the money, the opportunities are not created here for now.
Yeah, no, but I hope that we are soon going to have capital markets union. I hope for the banking union. I do hope for much more integrated European economy, because currently, there is no lack of money in Europe, but it's not invested in Europe.
Right.
Let's change this.
Professor, tell us, how are you thinking about AI from a context of monetary policy? And actually, perhaps you can address this point that I found in that same ECB research, where they basically say that there's evidence showing employees prefer to work less and fewer hours. So I'm thinking Gen Z plus AI, is that the perfect combination for the future of the labor market productivity?
Yeah, I've always preferred to work fewer hours. AI is having a very negative effect in my life.
Okay.
Because I have 200 students, freshmen, of principles of macroeconomics, and I assign weekly homeworks, and they come with everything right, basically. So they're using ChatGPT, all these apps and the like. So that is, homeworks are worthless, essays are worthless. So I had to go back to the old teacher I had in the Jesuits in Spain. They arrive to the class and go with a list, and Mr. Lopez, okay, what did you learn yesterday? And to recite that, without the stick, to recite the lesson as I used to do. So it's back to the past, actually. And the same thing for the exams. I mean, I retrieve all the iPhones, no calculators. Compound interest, well, use the rule of 72. But you won't have, it will be easy to. So, and I see that, this is a very important point. This is having an effect in education, and I'm not completely sure that the effect is positive.
Yeah.
Because students need to come up with writing well, speaking well, good judgment, good emotional intelligence. And this thing is a little bit like an automatic, go and check the thing. And I mean, it's good to prepare yourself for something that cannot substitute the judgment. And I see that when I compare this to my generation, well, we know that old times were always better, right? When I compare it, I'm not sure is better. So
what does it mean for monetary policy then?
There is an issue with that. Definitely in education there is an issue.
But is that a good or a bad thing for monetary policy? I'm trying to understand the productivity angle
for monetary
here.
policy, I forgot. No.
Yeah, because
with artificial intelligence actually supplementing this to the economic agents, at the end we could have a rational expectations models to work and to predict.
We don't have too much time left, so I just would like one concluding thought from each one of our panelists, and I'll make it a very brief question to all of you. I would like to understand, once you restart your working week next week, what is the one thing you will be monitoring, Governor Centeno? What is perhaps the piece of economic data? What is the element that you are 100% focused on?
That's a tough one. Because there's a long
I like to ask tough questions sometimes.
And maybe then the other indicators will stay, whoa, I was not peak.
They'll start fighting.
Yes. To be consistent
yes.
with what I just said so far, I would like to to see figures of an economy that in Europe that sustain the 2% target for inflation that I believe we at the ECB were able to bring inflation to. Because this is two sides of the same coin, and we need a stronger economy to be compatible with 2%, and that's the thing that I'll be
Very
happier
clear.
to see.
You have one task in your mind. Governor Kazaks, do you share the idea?
Of course, I kind of must see how do we reach the 2% symmetric medium term. Medium term is not an infinite number. We've been above 2% for quite a while, and I wouldn't like to see it being pushed out too much beyond 25. But every morning when I will wake up, I'll try to see what's going on with geopolitics. Okay, what about tariffs?
Yeah.
And point two, what is the way Europe will implement its defense plan?
Right.
Why? Because one is the external shock in terms of the trade flows and confidence. Point two is how fiscal part of the equation will fit into the overall economy and price dynamics. And if I may, one more variable, number three, is what happens with the service inflation reading.
Of course. Deputy Governor, what is it for you?
I think, I agree. I mean, it's easier to say in simple terms the task than what we're monitoring, right? It's so I mean the fact that we want to get inflation back to the target at the relevant horizon, which means your medium term, it's our relevant horizon, just change of language. But what we're monitoring, it's a harder question. It's more gaining confidence that inflation is getting into the target. Then you have the inflation expectations, the output gap, the balance of risks, the inflation projections, all of that, output gap, all of that getting to explaining what's going to happen, right? So it's more about the objective, the commitment to the objective than what we're monitoring.
Because obviously everything is then
exactly,
intertwined.
everything is correlated, and with all that you construct a scenario, you gain confidence, and then you can act upon it.
Professor Lago, actually, what would you highlight from your perspective, from an academic perspective, as the one thing to monitor going forward? Is it the geopolitics? Is it inflation expectations? What is it?
I think the most important is to reestablish some sort of rules-based multilateral trade.
Okay.
It might have to be different because in retrospect, perhaps it was not a good idea to have Russia join the WTO with hindsight of 2020, or to have China join the WTO. But among friends, among Western liberal market democracies, I think it makes no sense at all not to have a rules-based multilateral trade system. And going back to the issue of the shocks that Martin is mentioning, and the shocks in his country, is a border with Russia, right? So they could be particularly difficult to handle. So, that is going to be lacking. This is going to generate a vacuum. And I think for many investors, it's going to be the option value of waiting, as they say, until this is settled. But this tariff and trade restriction and the like is bad for the US, is bad for Mexico, is bad for Canada, is bad for the European Union, and is bad for everyone. So if I had to put my finger in one, that would be it.
And finally, Governor Kugla, what is the one thing you're monitoring for sure very closely?
So actually next week is a pretty big week for us because we get CPI and PPI data. And as you heard me say, right, I'm looking very closely at the different components of inflation to see if indeed we're making progress or not. So that's going to be critical. Our meeting, March meeting, is actually 2 weeks from now, and so we're going to be watching at those numbers to inform what to expect in the PCE numbers, which is our preferred gauge. So that's definitely going to be the case. But we also get data next week, at least the first reading for the March numbers from the consumer sentiment, and again, inflation expectations from the Michigan survey. So as you heard me, I think this is one channel through which there can be transmission to inflation as well, given different types of uncertainty, right? This one way through which it may fit into that as well. And then obviously, as you know, we have a dual mandate. So I'll keep monitoring very closely the labor market because, as you heard me say, I think right now it is balanced. It's at a good point, but we want to keep it that way. Yeah. So next week we get the JOLTS data and we get information on layoffs, which is very critical. We get, in fact, we use some text analysis at the Fed as well and outside of the Fed to inform us in real time on any information on layoffs from different sources, and that's something that helps us to understand what is happening in real time, because sometimes this other data comes a little lagged actually relative to when we're making decisions. So it's something that is incredibly helpful, the use of text analysis, and next week we get JOLTS data, and I'll continue to definitely pay attention to both sides of the mandate. But as you heard me say, I think for now, continuing to make progress towards that 2%, and yet keeping our labor market stable and where it is right now without seeing further weakening.
I would continue if I could, but I'm afraid we have to leave the conversation here. I want to say thank you to our audience here and online. Thank you to our panelists and the Bank of Portugal for having organized this event. Thank you, everyone. Obrigada a todos. Até à próxima.
Well, thank you all very much. We have now reached the end of this conference. As for me, it has been an honor to be your host today. Thank you all, and good evening.